welcome you to the 21st Annual Conference of CSID in person after a 3-year hiatus. There's always great pleasure in being reunited with old friends, colleagues, and well-wishers. Although we maintained our presence online, I think we can all agree that conversations, discussions, and debates are always better in person, especially on a topic as enduring as democracy and governance. The last time we met in person was back in 2019 at our 20th annual conference at Georgetown University. At that time, I had remarked that there was a certain poignancy and urgency attached to our concern for democracy and democratic values as the Trump administration limped to its last year in power. Many of us had remarked that again, that democracy was under siege in many parts of the globe, including rather remarkably right here in the United States. 3 years later, that sense of urgency is still there as we continue to inhabit a world in which well-entrenched democracies, fledgling democracies, and aspiring democracies continue to be assailed by the forces of authoritarianism, racism, ethno-nationalism, and anti-immigrant populism. There have been disheartening developments in recent times in the Muslim majority world in particular, most recently and most notably in Tunisia, where Rashid Ghannouchi was recently arrested for his pro-democracy activism. For the longest time, we had observed that Tunisia was the one success story to have come out of the crucible of the Arab Spring. Recent setbacks there marked the end of what had appeared to be a hopeful march away from authoritarianism and toward the establishment of democratic procedures and institutions in the aftermath of what we must now reluctantly consider to be an aborted Arab Spring. In our 21 years of existence, the Center for the Study of Islam and Democracy has been laser focused on studying issues of democracy and good governance, promoting public and scholarly discussions on these topics, and probing effective ways of implementing the goals of democratic governance in the Muslim majority. We are a nonprofit organization studying Islamic and democratic political thought and working toward merging them into a modern Islamic democratic discourse. The organization was founded in Washington, D.C. in March 1999 by a diverse group of academics, professionals, and activists, both Muslim and non-Muslim, from around the USA, who agreed on the need for the study and dissemination of reliable and nuanced information on this complex topic. In the last 21 years, our annual conference has dealt with a whole host of issues that reveal the complexities and challenges of nurturing democracy in the Muslim majority. This is not a part of the globe that is, however, hermetically sealed off from the rest of the world. As the lone superpower today, the United States exerts inordinate influence on the fate of the Muslim majority world, especially in those swaths of the region that serve its strategic global interests. Our conference today, therefore, explores the question why the US should support democracy in the Muslim world and how. This is a timely topic since good governance appears to be an elusive concept these days in the Arab and Muslim world. A global trend of political authoritarianism and extremism of all sorts threaten to undermine the very foundations of democratic civil societies, and the US has not consistently thrown its weight behind pro-democracy movements in the Muslim majority. Our first panel, titled "The Cost of Authoritarianism: Assessing US Mideast Policy Over the Long Term," will take on this thorny topic and set the stage for our continuing discussion throughout the day of the vulnerability of the democratic process in the Arab and Muslim world, and how US policies, particularly towards the Middle East, impact. On the second panel, we will feature the journalist David Kirkpatrick from the New Yorker magazine, who will converse with us on the topic of Middle East authoritarianism and the subversion of Western democracy. This will be followed by 2 keynote luncheon addresses to be given by Dr. Aman Jaman, Dean of the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs, and Damon Wilson, President of the National Endowment for Democracy, on the topic of democratic backsliding and threats to democracy in the Arab world. This promises to be a riveting conversation and clearly one of the main highlights of our conference. Our third panel after lunch will take up the broad topic of political Islam and democracy and take a retrospective look at the last 45 years of the fraught relationship between political Islam and democracy. Later in the afternoon, our fourth panel will focus on the topic of the role of Islamic values in building a just society and political system. This speaks to one of the core objectives of the founding of CSID: how to draw from the rich resources of Islamic thought and tradition to support just and viable democratic political systems in the Muslim majority world and undermine authoritarianism there. Our final keynote speaker of the day will be Ahmed Galoun, member of the executive committee of An-Nahda, who will address the critical topic of the role of the international community in defending and supporting democracy in Tunisia. I would like to engage here the generous support of our co-sponsors, Engage, the Muslim Public Affairs Council, and the Al-Wali Center for Muslim Christian Understanding at Georgetown University. So as you can see, we have an exciting, timely, and thought-provoking program arranged for the day. I would now like to invite to the podium Dr. Dalia Fahmy, who I know is here somewhere, to step up and give her opening remarks. And I want to thank all of you for coming to join us here this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you, Dr. Sparby, for those wonderful remarks. On behalf of myself, the board of CSID, and our president, Dr. Aman Smoody, I'd like to thank you all for being here today. I want to put this conference in a kind of greater understanding of what's been happening. According to Freedom House latest report, and according to the Arab Barometer Project, which I know Professor Jamal Tesler will be talking about today, it looks like global freedom is declining for the 17th consecutive year. From wars of aggression to devastating human rights atrocities to coups, most notably recently in Tunisia, it would seem that the world is more in need of democratic support today more than ever. However, we're seeing a waning support for democracy. Not only have authoritarians further consolidated, but even more critical attitudes towards democracy and political rights have declined in the Middle East. And a little over a decade after the Arab Spring, there's fewer hopes or grounds for optimism. 10 years ago, at CSID's 15th annual conference, discussions at that time centered around the hope and the dream for democracy that one day was going to take hold in the Middle East and North Africa. 15 years after President Obama delivered the Cairo speech declaring a new beginning in US relations with the Arab and Muslim world, the Middle East and North Africa are far less democratic, and relations with the United States are based on stability at the expense of democracy. And we continue to look at stability and democracy as two sides of the same coin. Reflecting on this time period, MENA scholarship has posited certain questions. And this conference is going to attempt to really address these contemporary realities, looking at the challenges that citizens of the region are experiencing. Looking back at this moment, the cusp of the Arab Spring, we used to talk about things like getting to political pluralism. How can we get more parties registered in some of these countries? Where today we talk about simply stopping the killing, simply having an independent judiciary, simply having less political prisoners than there are in the history of some parts of the Middle East. The ongoing efforts to support the establishment of democracies in the Muslim world have been waning, and in this conference, we hope to continue the tradition of CSID to bring together some of the brightest minds to discuss the challenges and posit a new set of questions that focus on US foreign policy towards the MENA region and how we can address political, economic, and social challenges. And possibly interject a question on where does the future of political Islam, what is the future of political Islam in all of this? So without further ado, we will invite the first panel to join us on stage. Dr. Shadi Hamid, Dr. Waz Riyad, Sarah Davidson. All right, good morning then. Our first panel, the possible authoritarianism, assessing USAID's policy over the long term. It's an honor to have joining us today, this morning, Dr. Sarah Lee Whitson, who's the Executive Director of DAWN, Wa'ez Zayed, the CEO of Engage, Ismail Numan is the Vice President and North African Studies Coordinator for the Center for Middle Eastern Studies, and Dr. Shadi Hamid, a Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institutions. Their bio is in the booklet, and I will please invite to join us. Thank you. Very short. Well, this is technical problems there until it has one by the word. And for your patience that I stand up here. For the record, I'm not a doctor, but I'm just a lawyer, which plus or minus in some people's books. I want to reflect and observe on how one US administration after another has signaled big plans for a new foreign policy centered on the pivot to Asia, which would be made possible by a withdrawal from the Middle East, only to find itself pulled more deeply into the region militarily, politically, and economically. What I call from withdrawal to full service shock. And I want to review the Biden administration's early promises to center human rights, withdraw, and then evaluate its new approach, articulated most recently by Jake Sullivan, which I think marks the final and complete abandonment of any notions of a recalibration of U.S. relationships with dictatorships, much less a promotion of democracy in the Middle East. And I think that
even framing the conversation as one of the United States promoting democracy in the Middle East, whether or not it should, really hides the reality of the United States promoting dictatorship and autocracy in the Middle East. The Biden administration took some important steps in that direction of its withdrawal and pivot, most notably and importantly withdrawing U.S. forces from Afghanistan, which the American public overwhelmingly supported, despite withering criticism from the bloc, disappointed to see any war end. It also moved to withdraw some U.S. Patriot missiles that President Trump had moved into Saudi Arabia and suspended some arms transfers to Saudi and UAE as part of its plan to recalibrate its relationship with abusive Gulf governments. It refused to go to war against Houthis in Iran following the January 2022 drone attacks on the UAE fuel depot. This following on the Trump administration's refusal to go to war against Iran following the 2019 drone attack on Saudi facilities in Abu Dhabi was cited as, aha, it's happening, they're abandoning the Middle East, it's an abandonment of Saudi and UAE and our allies in the Middle East and so forth. But in reality, I think the factual record demonstrates only the failure of any administration, including the Biden administration, to carry out its plans to withdraw, matched only by the record of failed promises to prioritize human rights and foreign policy in the Middle East. I think by any measure of a country's security exposure and commitments, characterized by the presence of military troops and bases in the region, kinetic engagement in armed conflicts, arms transfers, and political, military, and security protection for the regimes in the region, the United States remains the unmatched reliance in the Middle East, exceeding the cumulative exposures and commitments of every other government in the world combined. The Biden administration, like others before it, certainly may have had a belief that reducing these commitments best served the interests of the American people, possibly served human rights of people in the region, and at the start of its administration, arrived with vigorous promises to end arms sales to Saudi, wrap up the war in Afghanistan, and continued support for the war in Yemen, reduce the exposure of US troops in the region, and even end the blank checks for dictators. But they failed to meaningfully execute on this promised recalibration, and instead we find the Biden administration rather desperately trying to amplify its relevance and influence in the region, in a very multipolar region, with expanded political, military, and economic support for the regimes. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan gave a speech to the Washington Institute on May 3, clarifying the administration's new updated priorities for a stable, integrated, and prosperous region, identifying the 5 fist bump pillars. And I'm going to really dive into those a little bit here today. Partnerships, deterrence, diplomacy, de-escalation, integration, and last and certainly least, values, which I think is really a full throttle manifesto designed to put a nail on the coffin of any talk of a pivot from the Middle East. Omitted entirely from the pillars is even a mention of the Biden administration's claimed national security interest in preserving, promoting, and protecting democracies against authoritarianism, which of course has been emphasized in the administration's 2 series of democracy summits. The word democracy appears nowhere in the Sullivan pillars, other than to describe our own imperfect government. And as for human rights, Sullivan assures that the Biden administration will raise concerns. But taken together, I think the Sullivan pillars describe a coherent policy for the Middle East only if you exclude the established pillars values. Mostly interwoven partnerships singular zone countries that must be influenced and integrated within the American orbit, punished and turned as enemies. Sullivan doesn't describe these partnerships as partnerships with democracies or countries with which we share values, thankfully. He also doesn't reference them as adhering to a rules-based order or that sort of minimal common ground, which the administration sometimes falls back on, because of course that would be a false claim if the current record of unlawful invasions, occupations, and annexations in the Middle East are considered. Most significantly, he excludes any description at all of what these partners actually are: unelected tyrannical rulers and apartheid military occupation governments. Instead, Sullivan identifies the basis of these partnerships not based on who the partners are or the values or interests we share, but more transactionally based on what we want from them. Quote, diversified supply chains, number one; clean energy, number two, which apparently includes dirty cheap oil, described as a stable supply of current energy, but under the clean energy bucket. And the most oddly worded wall: solutions to the demand signal from countries that are getting entreaties from some of our great power competitors, apparently referencing reverse leverage of giving our partners the quote unquote solutions they want, weapons and security, in return for keeping China and Russia out. Excluded from any scrutiny, as usual, is what Israel provides in this transactional partnership framework, because Israel is a special partner for which our unconditional ironclad commitment may never be questioned, and whose, quote, freedom of action, which means to start a war with Iran to prevent it from acquiring a nuclear weapon, Sullivan reasserts the otherwise beloved international rule-based order be damned. Sullivan claims that expanding and enhancing the integration of the Middle East partners with each other will, quote, empower them, advance regional peace and security, and reduce the resource demands on the US. The elements of integration include not only military, economic, trade integration, but also, quote, the final complete integration of Israel into the region and the world via the Abraham Accords, all spearheaded and prioritized by the United States. While it's true that expanding the military and economic integration of these authoritarian governments will indeed make them more powerful, Sullivan doesn't tell us why we should want to strengthen them, particularly in the context of the existential battle between democracies and tyrannies that the Biden administration has declared. I think what's far more debatable is the notion that empowering such an axis of authoritarian regimes will bring peace and prosperity. It's a problematic point of view, given the Biden administration's argument that peace and prosperity are within the unique province of liberal democracies. I mean, after all, if authoritarian abusive regimes can deliver peace and prosperity, what exactly is it we've got over China? It's also problematic, as a matter of fact, given that Biden's Middle East partners remain key sources of violence, war, corruption, and tyranny in the region, which I think is hardly a recipe for peace or prosperity, particularly if one excludes the random geographic gift of oil. Sullivan's emphasis on decreased resource demands, alluding to the notion that increased military integration by the Middle East partners will make them feel more secure, better protected, and therefore less reliant on US military resources, is no less contentious. The Biden administration may well wish to reduce the presence of human military resources, i.e. troops, in the region, and temper demands that the US use its muscle to support the regimes in their endless conflicts. But there's no evidence that the US wishes to reduce its weapons sales to the region. It's hard not to see at least an outcome, if not the goal, of military integration under a US umbrella, being the deepened and expanded reliance of countries under its protection, particularly in terms of needed American supervision, coordination, interoperable weapons, supplies, and training, making it harder for any of them to break away from US influence and control. And while the record shows that Saudi, the UAE, and Egypt are diversifying their weapons purchases and business deals, specifically with China and Russia, they're not reducing their demands for US military protection. The contrary seems to be true, as Saudi and the UAE are demanding unprecedented bilateral security guarantees, NATO-level security guarantees from the United States. An updated assessment of the state of bilateral influence and leverage in 2023 would recognize that the buyers are the ones calling the shots with the Biden administration. That's why we see Sullivan gently and cryptically citing merely policy changes in arms sales when referring to the brief cuts in sales to Saudi Arabia, when extolling the Biden administration's early efforts to end the Yemen war. I think the most arrogant and patronizing of Sullivan's remarks, reflective of the Biden administration policy, mimicked in February by White House Middle East Coordinator Brett McGurk, is this faux humility for the administration's realpolitik framework, centered on partnerships with these authoritarian regimes and the broken promises to calibrate its relationships with them. The administration's new realistic and pragmatic policies for the Middle East, as Sullivan describes them, are the product of a clear-eyed, almost sad acceptance that the US has, I quote, been naive about what it is possible to achieve in terms of transforming societies by force or diktat, and quote, incorporating hard lessons learned to eschew grand designs or unrealistic promises of transformational change. What's so discombobulating about this argument isn't just the halo it places on past administrations for their noble, if misguided, efforts to transform the region into democratic countries that respect rights. Let's put aside debating the sincerity of US Middle East policies over the past several decades. The most egregious aspect of this argument is the absolute punt on responsibility for the harms of US policies predicated on partnerships with some of the world's most abusive governments. In Sullivan's view, replacing grand designs for democracy and human rights with deepened, expanded partnerships and integration with Middle East despots, those are the only two options. And apparently it's a win-win proposition because he sees no need to account for the costs of US military support and political protection for these governments, enabling, encouraging, contributing to, and even profiting from the very human rights abuses about which he assures us the US will continue to speak. Nor does he attempt to account for the costs of these deepened partnerships to Biden's national security strategy of protecting democracies against our authoritarian rivals. I don't have time to discuss why the pivot failed or to review the emerging multipolarity. I think ultimately the Biden administration was unwilling to demote their longstanding interests that would be the cost of pivoting away and prioritizing human rights from supporting powerful Middle East regimes, cheap oil, Israeli immunity, corporate weapons sales, and the broadest interest of all, a belief in which is an article of faith, which is US hegemony in the Middle East. I do think we should be focusing on the emerging multipolar reality, which is now not only threatening the people of the region, but increasingly risking American democracy as well. I hope we get to that during our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarah. Professor Smith.
I'd like to thank the Center for the Study of Islam and Democracy for the invitation for this debate conference. And I think it's a very timely one because, as we all know, the countries in the Middle East, the region as a whole, has been in an ongoing transformation. Maybe we hope that the Arab revolutions of 2011 there were some setbacks during the way, but now, as we can see, the events in Tunisia and Sudan, and maybe potentially in other countries like even Tunisia, so still I consider it as an ongoing process. My talk will be about Tunisia actually, and the recent attacks actually, I would say, on the democratization of the of the country. So it was a successful model, a successful example of the democratization, as we all, or many of us thought during the Arab revolutions when the revolution started in Tunisia. And it was also a different one in many regards. Maybe we can sum up with like 5 aspects that why Tunisia was different. First, there were strong democratic institutions. And secondly, there was a non-violent regime change. And then in the aftermath, there was the inclusionary democratization. Maybe we didn't see in some of the other similar examples. And there was a very well-functioning civil society, which was very vibrant and very diverse. And there were in the beginning little interference of the foreign actors, but maybe along the way it increased later on. So after the revolutionary uprisings and the changes in Tunisia, then of course difficulties started to emerge. And there were, of course, maybe even from the past, the corruption issues and economic inequalities and domestic political fragmentation among the parties and increasing foreign interference, unfortunately. And of course, the recent attacks on democratic institutions. During the last 2 years, the Tunisian revolution, I think, has been witnessing the most serious threat to its hardly achieved gains for more than a decade. And the suspension of the parliament, of course, was a very unlucky event, I would say. And this was, in fact, unfortunately, the decision was taken by a constitutional law professor, who became the president of the country. And it was quite a surprise for many, even those who supported him during the election campaign. So it was an unexpected move for many. And so now Tunisia, of course, later on, the arrest and the other pressure on civil society organizations. And so now Tunisia has been going through a very difficult situation. So here, of course, normally I'm not very fond of not very fond of the external players' involvement in the external politics, especially the United States. But of course, we cannot neglect the fact that the United States has been a major player in the political processes in the region, whether like it or not. So, of course, then there is the responsibility for the US to play, and also not only the US now, because as maybe we can discuss later on, that the Middle East is not the Middle East of like a decade ago, or maybe 2 decades ago, because we have maybe if we talk about the Middle East 2 decades ago, the major and maybe the only external actor we could say it was the United States. But then now we have other actors that have increasing involvement in the Middle Eastern countries, whether be it in an economic way or maybe in the political, diplomatic, or militarily, as Sarah mentioned also. So we have to take these actors into consideration as well. And also some of the domestic, not domestic, but local actors in the Middle East are not like the ones, not like they used to be. Most of them being Turkey in my regard, and also some other actors like Qatar or the United Arab Emirates. So these actors are maybe we can say that the new game changers in the Middle Eastern political arena, and we cannot neglect their existence and their influence in the Middle Eastern political environment. And of course, some other global actors like China and also Russia, still they are becoming more and more relevant, even with some of the very traditional allies of the United States. Russia can have increasing engagement and in economy and military affairs with Egypt, with Saudi Arabia, and also China is the same. So these are the new international actors dynamic of the Middle East. So here, if we come back to the United States role in the Tunisian political processes, of course, the United States, as we know, has supported the values of democracy. Normally, it is all maybe from time to time it might have its own democratic problems, but still from the past, and if you look at the historical processes, that we've seen that it's been supporting in some cases democratic processes. Maybe in the case of Middle East, there was some problems as well in that regard, because I remember that during the early days of early months of the Arab Revolution process, and also during the 2013 coup in Egypt, of course, the report of the United States was not very welcomed by the actors in the Middle East who aspire for more democratic transformation in the region, and also who thought that the United States can contribute in that regard. So, apart from these maybe cases, of course, I think the United States should be prioritizing supporting democratic processes in the region, rather than, of course, it might be naive to not to prioritize its own interests, but of course, in the same time, we have to talk about whether these interests lie on the United States support for the democracy. So we have to, I think, discuss this a little bit more, and I think it is more in the United States interest to have democratic democratic regimes in the region, because maybe also in that regard, one note I can make is that as we've seen during the events in Algeria and Sudan and also the Arab Revolution countries, that there might be and there can be some unexpected events, some unexpected popular uprisings still that can take place in the region. So in order to have people's support and people's positive, positive perception in the region, the US should focus on more supporting the democratic processes in the region. So, and which ways, of course, when we talk about how can the United States support the democratic processes, of course, it can. The most important factor here is the diplomatic pressure on the governments or regimes who are not very friendly, you can say, to democratization processes. And then the civil society aspect, of course, it is very important, and the US should continue supporting the civil society. And even, for instance, maybe a different remark here is that, but even in Turkey, the United States support for some of the civil society organizations are very visible. And despite, of course, maybe it contradicts from time to time with the Turkish government's priorities, or maybe very critical organizations to Turkish government are getting support from the United States. And I think it is also very normal for a democratic setting, because it is enhancing the democratic participation and democratic discussions in the country. And I think it is one way or another, it is a positive aspect. And one thing maybe we can also mention, that the United States can work with those other international organizations like the African Union, European Union, because these two organizations are very related in the case of Tunisia, because Tunisia is a member of African Union, and also the deterioration of the situation in Tunisia might directly affect the European countries. And I think there is a serious concern in the European side of things getting even more unstable in Tunisia, because then there might be some other repercussions like migration waves and also the economic migrations and other issues. So, and also, of course, there might be again kind of merging or re-merging of some terror groups that can originate from the country or that can come from other countries to Tunisia. And this can all be relevant when we talk about Tunisia, because more and more what we've seen that also when I talk to some colleagues from Tunisia, that this political crisis and the government's undemocratic moves, when they are joined by the economic difficulties, that they more and more talk about some kind of popular uprising again. So there is the possibility of such uprising, and I think this is a serious threat to the also European partners of the European Union. And also, as I said maybe in the beginning, that the United States can work with its allies in the region like Turkey or maybe Qatar or maybe other also actors to promote democracy, because whether of course with all its shortcomings, that Turkey has the most successful democratic system in the Middle East, and it's been for many Arabs, actually it's been an example of an aspiring democracy, prosperous, and I think this can be some contribution to the US efforts if it wants to promote democratic processes in Tunisia. And finally, establishing democracy in Tunisia necessitates a comprehensive and long-term strategy that tackles the country's economic, social, and political issues, let alone the support from the external players, but it is also about the country itself. So the actors and the parties inside the country should really consider democratization as their first agenda. So, given the current administration, of course, it is a bit naive to consider that it is their first agenda, but this can be achieved by the social pressure from the bottom up, and also some pressure from maybe some international actors as well. And of course, here maybe there can be more discussion how it can be, but the United States can play a role in that regard. And this can be not only supportive of the Tunisian democratization process, but also such an attitude by the United States can help the US to ameliorate its diminishing image across the masses in the wider Middle East, because this is, I think, during the last decade, if I can say, I mean, since the Arab Revolution's process, the US image in the Middle East has deteriorated gravely, not only in Turkey, but in all the Middle Eastern regions. And I think the US should do more to ameliorate this image. And I think supporting the democratization process in Tunisia can serve to this aim as well. So thanks a lot for listening.
Our next speaker is Abdul Zayed. It's the CEO of Engage. Engage is a co-sponsor for us tonight, so thank you so very much.
Morning, everyone. Sabah al-khair. You guys awake? Let's see, maybe we can make this a little more interesting. Thank you for inviting me to speak. Great to be with you. Marty, I don't have any prepared remarks, but I wanted to hear a little bit what others want to say and not be repetitive. And really what I'm sharing with you is based on my personal experiences. Number one, I was born in Syria. I grew up in Damascus. We immigrated when I was a teenager to the US. So I'm really a product of both worlds. And I also worked in government on national security. I served for 10 years at the US Department of State. And I had a number of roles, including I was the chief of staff of the US Embassy in Baghdad. I was the main liaison with the Syrian opposition during the early years of the revolution. And I was the senior advisor to US Ambassador to the United Nations Amount of Power on the Middle East. And I've had a chance to see really the formulation of US policy, the working level and at the senior level. And you know, I've drawn my own conclusions that are continuously evolving about why does the United States do what it does in the world. And really it comes down to a very simple conclusion. For me, it's people. When we say the United States does, or the United States should do, what we really are saying is people need to do X. And I'll come back to this point, and what that means for those of us who care about reform, good governance, accountability, combating corruption, and true human development in the Arab world, a region of 450 million people, right? Which seems to remain as an exception to the drive toward bringing more accountable governance to the world and respect for human rights. These are things you all know. US policy is generally driven by legacy issues in the Arab world, whether it is a desire to protect the state of Israel, to work with the state of Israel has a more competitive advantage over its neighbors, but also, you know, access and the free flow of energy, not just to the US, but to the global markets, right? Including Japan, for example, is important to the US, South Korea, other parts of the world. Geographically, the region is important for obvious reasons. So having this region be stable and not a source of conflict is important. But also more recently, relatively speaking, is the legacy of 9/11 and the war on terror. So combating terrorism, preventing it from emerging, or at least mitigating against it, not having another 9/11 happen, the watch of any future president is a real thing. And that's something that drives and informs a lot of the decision making that you've seen and you'll continue to see. But also there's culture. I go back to people. By culture, I mean the way the region is seen, perceived, and thought about. And that's going to be informed by the personal experiences of the people making the decision. Again, it's a simple concept, but it's very powerful. So when I was in government, all too often in national security meetings, these were mid-level meetings, but I was on the sidelines of some very serious meetings of very senior people. And all too often, I was the only one who was an Arab and or Muslim. And we are talking about a region that is predominantly Arab and Muslim. But more importantly, values-aligned individuals who are dealing with the region, who genuinely care about the well-being of the people of the region as they care about, obviously, our interests here. And there's this perception that those are not always compatible. I disagree with. I think morality is not bullshit. That it works one place, but it doesn't work in another place. Right is right, wrong is wrong. And I know in the days we live in, in the age we live in, sometimes that seems to be difficult to ascertain. But, you know, torturing people, mass sexual violence, dropping chemical weapons on children, making people disappear is always going to be wrong, irrespective of the context, whether it's a mean or an enemy. But the reality that I witnessed is the people making these decisions not only don't physically represent the communities they are making decisions about, all too often their values are misaligned. And I was never a deep student of Edward Said, but I think he has a word for Orientalism. And in the kind of updated version of Orientalism that we're confronting is a new cadre of foreign policy thinkers within the Democratic and the Republican Party who truly don't identify with the people of the region as people who are worthy or capable of self-rule. And then if they are, bad things may happen. That's Orientalism, right? The United States has spent over $75 billion on Ukraine so far. And I think it's totally worthwhile. I want to be very clear about that. Ukraine is a sovereign country that's been attacked legally by its neighbor. And I do think the United States should stand with the Ukrainian people, full stop. But that same visceral identification and love for a people and their democracy doesn't extend to a region of 450 million people from Morocco to Iraq. And my only conclusion is simply because we have a lack of representation of values-aligned individuals making these decisions. And so what is the answer to that? Obviously, there are other explanations. The people of the region have their own agency. We always forget that. When I was in government, and now I'm running a political civic organization, people come to me and say, the US need to do. But remember, those countries have agency, whether it is governments or their people. And they have other priorities all too often, particularly the governments, some of them that were mentioned, and others, right? They have agency and they know how to influence and shape the behavior of Western governments that have an electoral timetable, that have elections to win, and Orientalism in their heart. And so we should not underestimate that, and also the differing priorities within communities in the region and in the diaspora. And something here I have witnessed and we have to address. When we say the Syrian people want to get rid of Assad, well, a lot of Syrian people want to get rid of Assad, not all of them. Not all of them in Syria, not all of them here in the US. Well, the Arab people want democracy. Well, a lot of Arab people want democracy, but not every Arab person wants democracy. In the diaspora here, there are Arab communities that actively support and promote various autocratic rulers for their own reasons. And then between communities, you also have issues, right? Some people like Hezbollah. Some people don't like it. Some people love Iran. Some people hate Iran. Yemen, right? The community is split. And so the Western policymakers see this, and they really don't see clear consensus of where they sit, and usually the people coming to them are not representative of the true sentiments of at least the people and the masses on the ground. They're meeting with rulers, they're meeting with lobbyists, and sometimes with a few well-meaning human rights activists. So all of that is shaping the thinking. Now I would say, I bring it back to people. If this person was a well-grounded, informed, read, traveled, perhaps even a person from the region, or their heritage is from there, or they just identify with the real issues and understand the nuances, they're going to see all of these influences and still, I think, at the end of the day, try to do good by both America and I know I did, and I feel miserable, but that's a separate issue. And so how do we move from here? Really, if we're talking about should the United States do X, and why is authoritarianism bad for not just the region, for America, by the way? It is bad for America. January 6th happened because of the war on terror. Donald Trump was elected because we did not do enough to help the Syrian people. And I'm happy to show you how we got from A to Z, but very quickly, the European migration crisis was caused by Vladimir Putin and Assad because they bombed Syria and nobody stopped them, right? That gave rise to right-wing politics in Europe, including Brexit, and the empowerment of political right in places like Poland and Hungary and elsewhere. That was used by Trump here to win an election by proxy democracies. That's what's undermining American democracy. And let alone a lot of legacy issues from war on terror, including secret evidence and rendition and all of that, that degraded our own democracy. What we can do about it here is really invest in a new cadre of policymakers and thinkers who are values oriented, who believe that what is good for America and the region is the same, and it needs to be centered on more democratic governance. Notice what I'm saying, democratic governance, not a full-fledged democracy, and respect for human rights. And that means leveraging our collective power in terms of money and votes when it comes to American elections, because that will have a direct impact on who gets hired in the campaigns and makes it to be the next senior official handling the Middle East for a future administration. I'm happy to continue the dialogue with you, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak to you.
And finally, but definitely not least, Dr. Shad Khan.
So I'll maybe just start out by saying that it is hard to talk about these issues. I think our previous speakers have kind of captured the sense of disillusion and perhaps even despair that a lot of us feel when we look at the last 20 years or so. I actually was just thinking, I hadn't thought about this in some time, but I actually remember a workshop that Radwan and CSID organized. I think it was in December 2004 in the Dead Sea in Jordan. And that was during the time of the Freedom Agenda, the Bush administration. And I think we were quite a bit more optimistic then than we are almost 20 years later. I mean, for all the terribleness of George W. Bush, I do remember that moment, and I was living in Jordan at the time. There was a sense of possibility. And then, of course, there was a sense of possibility again in 2011. And here we are. Okay, so that's depressing. Let me try to, over the next 10 minutes or so, try to maybe get closer to something constructive or maybe even vaguely inspiring. We'll see. But okay, so I think that as Waddle said, what US policymakers are obsessed with is for the Middle East to be quote unquote stable and not a source of conflict. And, at this point, whenever I use the word stable or stability in the context of the Middle East, I always put it in scare quotes because this is a myth. This is the myth of authoritarian stability. So even on the very narrow grounds of wanting the Middle East to be stable, US policy fails on that count. That's the important thing we have to remember. Can we look at the Middle East over the past few decades, really from the 50s and 60s onwards, and say that US support for authoritarian regimes has led to a stable region? The empirical record is clear and unmistakable. So it's remarkable to me that we still have to have this debate about stability. Perhaps US policy does promote stability in the short term, but it obviously doesn't in the medium to long term. And I would have thought, perhaps naively, that with the Arab Spring in 2011, it would finally and definitively put this idea to rest. Because what was the Arab Spring? It was an indictment of our stability first policy. It didn't work, and it led to mass uprising, civil conflict, the rise of terrorism, and I very much agree with what Donald Trump, in my view, was elected because of the failures of the Obama administration as it relates to Syria and the rest of the Middle East. If we had intervened militarily against Assad, I think we could have imagined a counterfactual history that would have been quite different in Europe and in the US. So, and I'll get to Obama in a second. But so with all of that in mind, I think the case is still quite strong that supporting democracy in the Middle East is of course moral, but I've kind of lost hope in the notion that appeals to morality are going to be persuasive to US policymakers. So I do think it is still important for us to really emphasize the longer term argument. And I think it's intuitive, and it's also worth noting that I think a lot of Biden administration folks and Obama administration folks, they understand this intellectually, but they don't act on it. That authoritarian regimes are inherently unstable. That they seem stable until they're not, and then it's too late. And you might recall that none other than Secretary of State Hillary Clinton said 2 weeks before Mubarak fell on February 11, 2011, the exact quote is this: "Our assessment is that the Egyptian regime is stable." She said that 2 weeks before everything happened. So this should just give us some, it's worth reminding ourselves of that, because things can change very quickly. And we have to prepare ourselves for that moment when the Arab world experiences mass uprisings again, because we're gonna be having the same debates all over again. The same debates we were having in 2011, the same debates we were having in 2005 during the Freedom Agenda. I was too young then, but I presume the same debates other people were having in 1992 with the Algerian coup. And again, thinking about counterfactual histories, if US and European policy was different in 1991 and 1992 in Algeria, it is an interesting thought. What if the Algerian experiment was allowed to proceed? What would we have learned? What would have happened? So this leads me to the question of personnel versus structure. So Wael talked about how many US policymakers are not values aligned. I think that's right. For my most recent book, I did something around 30 interviews with senior officials who work on the Middle East in the previous administrations, including some very key people who were with Obama at key moments during the Arab Spring. And they're not necessarily bad people. Actually, some of them I like, and some of them do have a sense of morality. So it is an interesting question of what the gap is. Some of it has to do with, I think, a sense of hopelessness or disdain, even when it comes to the Middle East. So, like, when you really push them, and this was true of Obama, and I'll mention a couple quotes from Obama in a second, that there is a kind of pathologizing of Arabs. And it's surprising that it comes from left-leaning members of the Democratic Party, because you'd think that they wouldn't do that. But if you do look back at Obama's, I'll just mention a couple of them. Sorry? Yes, the Atlantic, the Jeffrey Goldberg Atlantic profile from 2016. It's worth a reread. It's actually incredible, the things that Obama said in that interview, and kind of outrageous. Okay, so it's reported in that article that Obama was known to privately joke, here's the quote: "All I need in the Middle East is a few smart autocrats." And Obama wondered out loud why people in the Middle East couldn't just, quote unquote, be like the Scandinavians. He complained that a growing number of Indonesian women were wearing the headscarf. He also put some blame on Muslims for not being sufficiently peaceful. And the quote that he has in that interview is that Muslims need to, quote unquote, undergo vigorous discussion within their community about how Islam works as part of a peaceful modern society, implying that it's not Muslims don't do peaceful modern societies all that well. He also spoke of a quote unquote reformation that would help people adapt their religious doctrines to modernity. Basically, that Arabs and Muslims have to experience a reformation before anything else can really happen. And there was the classic quote from his State of the Union that conflicts in the Middle East are quote unquote rooted in conflicts that date back millennia. So we were pathologized. This has been going on for thousands of years, and it'll probably continue for thousands of years. And it just worth, sometimes we look back and we long for the days of Obama. Obama had a very particular view about Arabs and Muslims, and I think it is replicated to some degree among a lot of left-leaning Democrats. But I think that only takes us so far, because even if you do have good, well-meaning people in government, the structure around them is very constraining. They're operating under a certain orientation towards the Middle East that has been in place since the 1950s. If you want to fight that, you're fighting an uphill battle. And we have examples of people who tried to fight it. George W. Bush, there's a really interesting thing that George W. Bush said at a conference in Prague in 2007. Some of you might remember this, was reported in the Washington Post. He was talking to Saadetdin Ibrahim, my old teacher. I know many of you know him. Some of them did unfortunately turn against democracy in Egypt at key moments, but putting that aside, he did. So Bush says to Saadetdin Ibrahim, I'm a dissident just like you. When I try to fight for democracy, I feel like I'm stuck because of the bureaucracy around. He was the most powerful man in the world, the president of the United States of America, and he was on the sidelines of a conference complaining, and he called himself literally a dissident in his own administration. So this gets to, I think, and this will hopefully lead me to kind of close with something constructive. I think we really have to look long-term here. We have to look at the structure of US policy. And the whole US-led regional order in the Middle East is oriented and aligned around authoritarian regimes at the most foundational level. The only way this can change is to fundamentally reorient the entire thrust of our Middle East policy. It's not enough to tinker around the margins. I mean, I think a lot of us do it because it's better to do something than nothing. And I just had a meeting with a key person who oversees Tunisia policy in the administration. And after that, I was like, part of me feels like I'm just done with all this. But we do the best that we can, and we try. That's what we have to do, and the rest is out of our hands. But when we're thinking medium to long term, we have to think about how is the structure of US policy actually going to change? And I don't necessarily have the best answer for that. I do think some of it has to do with a new generation of policymakers and activists and writers and people who work on the Middle East. And that if those people become more prominent, and if there is another opening in say 10 or 15 years, where there is something resembling an Arab Spring again, then we will be ready at that key moment. And we have to look ahead to that moment. And I'm thinking about 10 to 15 years for a reason. That's actually because if you look at the worst moments of the last few decades in the Middle East, the Hama massacre in Syria in 1982, or the Algerian coup in 1992, it took Syrians from 1987 to 2011 to be able to muster once again the courage to stand up to the brutality of the Assad regime. It took 29 years. It took Algerians after their terrible civil war about 25 years until 2017 before they were able to have mass protests again. Now, I hope we don't have to wait 25 years this time, but it could be a long wait. So that means we have time. And I think the work has to continue. And we have to be patient. And I know that's not maybe the most encouraging or inspiring thing one can say in a conference like this. But it is better, I think, in many ways for us to have a longer time horizon, because otherwise we're going to get disillusioned. If we want results right now, if we want the Biden administration to change in 1 month or 2 months or later this year, we're setting ourselves up for failure and disappointment because it's probably not going to happen. So the question is, what comes next? Go on there. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. So there's a mic right in the center of the room. We have about 30 minutes for Q&A. If anyone would like to ask the question, I ask you to kindly line up by the microphone.
I'll get things started off. This is really a question for the entire panel, specifically for Wael, for Shadi. You seem to place the problem on a new U.S. foreign policy toward the Middle East on the need for new enlightened, more educated, thoughtful policymakers and leaders who have a vision of the region and who move away from a Orientalist view of the capability of Arabs and Muslims to be democratic. My reading is quite different. It's not a question of enlightened thinking on behalf of policymakers. I would view that many of the people in the Obama foreign policy team are very thoughtful and educated and liberal and left-leaning. It's more about structural problems. Specifically, I'd like to hear you speak to the question of, how is U.S. foreign policy made and what are the biggest factors that influence senior policymakers? My reading is it's lobbyists, arms manufacturers first and foremost, other business interests on Israel, Palestine, obviously AIPAC. Those seem to be the key factors that are driving U.S. policy. It's not a question of waiting around for some, really enlightened cast of great policymakers who speak the language of the region, know the region, and if they just come to power, everything is going to be wonderful. So could you speak to those deeper structural, because I haven't interviewed these people that you have, and in many ways, I think the story that you told, Shadi, about the conversation between Bush and Saadi Ibrahim, him being a dissident, really confirms the point that I'm making. It's those people who are advising him who are informed by deeper structural sort of, motives that seem to be the driver of the problem or the main source of the problem. So that's my
Yeah, sure.
Here,
Sorry, we're all on. Okay, great. So I'll start and then I'd be curious what Wael would say. Nader, I totally agree. And that's why I did try to shift a little bit to the question of structure and the foundations of US policy. I don't see it as being as tied to lobbyists and kind of special interests. I do see it tied to the core interests that we've had in the Middle East for a long time, which I think are not necessarily the right set of interests, or they're not ordered in the right way. And one of them does have to do with not really just preserving Israel's security, but pursuing a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In retrospect, knowing what we know now has had a very distorting effect on US policy, because if you look at the 1990s, and that's when we might have hoped that the Clinton administration would actually be better on democracy in the Middle East, because it was getting better in a lot of other regions. With the fall of the Soviet Union, the US finally, after supporting right-wing dictators in Latin America, it started to support democratic transitions in Latin America and in East Asia, South Korea, Philippines, Guatemala, Honduras, Brazil, so on and so forth. So the question is, why was there an exception in the 1990s in the Middle East? And one of the key reasons was the Oslo process. I did interview several of the people who were involved quite influentially on the Clinton team. And they're very open about it, at least some of them are, that they made a conscious decision to prioritize the peace process over democratization. They did see a tension between the two because you needed authoritarian regimes to get things done and to pursue peace with Israel, even if their own people didn't like it. And that's why with Jordan, after its short, almost democratic transition from 1989 to 1992, King Hussein pretty much stopped that in 1993. And then he got more and more US assistance, economic and military, significantly more from 1994 for the rest of the decade. How did this happen that we rewarded King Hussein precisely as he was becoming more oppressive? Simple answer. He signed a peace treaty with Israel in 1994. So I actually, when the Arab Spring started, I didn't used to actually, I was moving away from what some people call linkage theory, the idea that Israel matters a lot in the Middle East, because Israel didn't seem to matter as much in the beginning. But over the past couple of years, I've revised my position, and Israel matters quite a lot for different reasons or in different ways. I think we have to be attuned to that. I'm not convinced it's one conversation that it's precisely about AIPAC, because Obama was more than happy to go against AIPAC and the things that he cared about, the Iran deal. Obama was obsessed with the Iran deal, and AIPAC was obsessed against it. But yet Obama held the line. He just held the line on the wrong thing.
I said they were not liked. They're heavily educated, generally white, which brings me back to people. When we talk about structure, any structure, any process, any system is designed by people. And it's going to require people who will change it or get rid of it. And, going back to President Obama, that the quotes or the snaps of what Chad mentioned of his thoughts and his views about people of the region is very telling. It's very telling that it is absolutely has permeated the Democratic foreign policy establishment. And obviously, I don't even want to talk about where the Republican Party is right now, but you're seeing the rise of populism, very outward racist in many cases. But I really think what you're seeing within the center left, particularly the left, is more pernicious because they are aligned otherwise domestically, at least with many of those communities, a lot of domestic issues, right? And so there's a semblance of alliance and partnership, but there's great divergence when it comes to the region, its people, and really what they're capable of. And so, yes, there are structural issues. By bringing it back to the people who put that structure in place, you're going to be needed to overcome it, to ignore it. And I do agree with Shadi about the Iran nuclear. I know firsthand that Obama's policy towards Syria and the Arab Spring, but particularly Syria and Iraq, was heavily influenced by a desire to not upset the Iranian government that they were negotiating a deal with, and that they would have some kind of accommodation with them regarding how the popular mobilization forces would be acting in the country, Iraqi politics, but also the Iranian government support for Assad in those critical moments. And it played a heavy role in the US not interfering in any way during the siege and eventual fall of Aleppo, which has a huge turning. It was a turning point in the Syrian conflict that, in a way, Assad was able to essentially reverse the tide of the war in that critical moment. And again, we have to look back. So that's the moment where really Russia played a big role as well in that conflict, which I think they threw certain lessons that they put to use in Ukraine. And that came down to the decision of very few people, Obama and his very small group of similarly informed individuals, a handful, who made those decisions. And I didn't see any structural limits on their behavior in those critical moments. In fact, DOD was ready to go in many cases, not just DOD, other entities, and that in other parts of the region in those critical moments.
Sorry, an unsolicited chiming in on this. First of all, the Iraq deal was paid for with blood of men, women, and children. That is the bargain that Obama made ahead of any failure to act in Syria. It was going to war in Yemen to placate Saudi Arabia and the UAE. That despite the Iraq deal, they would support them. But on the issue of personalities and structures, and I've written on this. What I find interesting about the Biden administration, populated by people from the Obama administration, is that I do think that conceptually they do share the values, and a number of them, Ned Price, Wendy Sherman, Jake Sullivan, they signed this mea culpa letter when they were out of the Obama administration, regretting the decision to go to war in Yemen and explaining sort of the factors that led them to make that horrible mistake. You started with the Biden administration that said, we're going to make them a pariah, no more blank checks, we're going to end the war in Yemen, no more arms sales to Saudi Arabia. What I think the failure of the Biden administration to do any of those things, and now to do a 180-degree turn to competing with the Republicans, to outdo the Republicans in red carpeting for Saudi Arabia and the UAE, is evidence of the structural impediments that punish the Biden administration for daring to talk about pivoting and ending and recalibrating ties with the dictatorships of the regime. And I think that it's not just the lobby of defense companies who are like, you're going to cut arms sales? What? No. But it's the unprecedented spending of the foreign government lobbies themselves, not only in campaign finance, which is much more direct, but in the revolving door that has completely undermined the integrity of the decision makers who are counting their future paychecks with the Saudi government and the Emirati government while they're making decisions about U.S. policy in the Middle East. I recently asked Adam Smith, who was giving a talk at CFR, about U.S. policy in the Middle East, among other things. Would he pledge not to take a job or do business with the foreign government while he is head of the Armed Services Committee in Congress making these decisions? Over 500 American military officials are working for the UAE and Saudi Arabia now. Everybody is looking hungrily at the $2 billion Jared Kushner cash out. The incentive system, the reward system is heavily skewed to reward continued arms sales, continued support for the dictatorships, continued support for Israel, and keeping oil prices down. And if you try to go against those things, you're punished. And that's why the Biden administration made these massive concessions ahead of the midterm elections in order to cozy up with Saudi Arabia, in order to increase oil output, in order to bring oil prices down, because it becomes a very short-term calculation. So at this point, the political rewards and punishments are in the hands of the forces of not good, the forces of not democracy, and our policymakers are deeply compromised with the prospects of their future business interests, future pocketbook interests, as well as their short-term political interests in election to election.
That's a perfect segue to our next panel, but we have two more questions. We'll take them together.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for a riveting discussion. This is an open-ended question, but I'm especially interested in the thoughts of Gua and Shadi. Thank you both so much for connecting the dots that the road to Trump was paved with the blood of Syrians. Reminds me of a Syrian mentor of mine who once said, the Syrian revolution has revealed the inner truths of humanity. Very few people are willing to make these deeper connections, so thank you so much for that. I'd like to ask you all about accountability for this horrific blunder. On one hand, we see the United States correctly intervening in Ukraine, but on the other hand, we also see the United States, as things stand, getting ready to rehabilitate the Assad regime. I saw this conversation a lot in the context of the earthquake. The response was, look, what choice do we have but to work with an extant government to deliver relief? So can we actually push towards accountability for a blunder of this magnitude? Thank you so much.
Mehmet Ahmed of the Minaret of Freedom Institute. Thank you all for your comments. I have a provocative comment. Ismail made a list of the contributing factors to the failure of in Tunisia. I think the most significant factor is the failure to address the economic situation. And I would like to invite you or anybody else on the panel to expand on that. And by the way, I want to make it clear, I'm not just pointing at political actors, but also the civil society. Is there something we can do in the future so that we don't miss another opportunity in the future?
Syria is an ongoing effort of many victims and their champions abroad here in the US. In terms of US policy pursuing accountability in Syria, the US does fund a number of accountability initiatives and organizations. There's now UN mandate disappeared in Syria, for example. Those need to be bolstered, financed, supported, as well as some countries stepping up and bringing a case against Bashar al-Assad in the International Criminal Court of Justice. That case is basically ready to go for many obvious reasons. The problem we're facing is, as you're seeing even now with Ukraine, you have this fatigue, tiresome of what's happening, and with Syria now it's over 10 years, and that's what Assad and Putin and his backers in other parts of the world been counting, is that over time, the world will get tired, and that they have used this period to shift the narrative that the misery of the Syrian people is caused not by Assad, who bombed and displaced and destroyed. It is the sanctions that were put in place, whether you agree with them or not, in response to what he did, right? Again, you can say like, well, they're helping, they're making it worse, sure, but he's positioned himself and his supporters as the victims of measures that were put in place for accountability's purpose and to help defend as much as they can against further atrocities by denying him access to the financial markets and hard currency. That's the objective of sanctions in Syria. It's not regime change. And so over time, that narrative is winning out, and then you have the earthquake, as well as I mentioned, those particularly within the left and the so-called anti-imperialist camp, code pink, I'm looking at you here, and other pernicious, predominantly white leftists, so-called progressive agents who are deeply compromised or orientalist, you pick, who misinform the public that's not keeping up with everyday happenings in places like Syria, who aided and abetting, whether willingly or unwillingly and unknowingly, Assad's strategies. So the cause of accountability is really at an inflection point now. At an inflection point here, because it's not just the Biden administration not wanting to give up on Assad or watching the Emiratis welcome the carpet treatment, but it is now public sentiment. Really, there's been a whitewashing of the history of these conflicts, and a new generation of people who are going to feel and believe that it's really Western imperialism that caused all of this. And this is why it's so important that those of us who seek accountability in places like Syria and elsewhere, that we hold on to the truth of who the perpetrators were, even as we demand better allyship and support from the West or from the United States. But just like we don't want to strip agency of the people's struggles for democracy, we shouldn't strip their agency in causing harm to themselves and by their own people, which is what Assad did. He's not an American, he's not an Israeli, he's not an Emirati, he's a Syrian who did this, right? And so that's kind of my very long-winded answer to the question of accountability in Syria.
So it's interesting when I heard Danish's question about accountability, I didn't actually think about Assad. I thought about the U.S. side of it, Obama.
People getting promoted.
And other senior officials who have never really contended with the moral stain of Syria. I mean, Obama has been actually the opposite of reflective on any of this. He's actually been quite vicious to anyone who criticized him about Syria, accusing them of wanting Iraq, another Iraq war, that sort of thing. There's been very little, and left-leaning people are supposed to be more introspective, apparently not on certain issues. So I think that, maybe there will be more, more memoirs or more reflections in the coming years where more information comes out about how senior officials approached Syria. I think that what says and what Sarah Lee said about Yemen and the Iran deal is really important here. At key moments, a choice was made, and I hope more comes out about it. I mean, I've heard various things privately, but not a lot of it's been reported yet. And just last thing I'd say has to do with, well, dictators are patient. Here's another problem, is that as Wael is sort of alluding to here, they know they can wait it out. And I don't know why dictators are so patient. And I also don't know why they live basically forever, at least in the Arab world. That is just the way it is. Maybe God's trying to tell us something or test us or whatever it might be. But yeah, I'm not sure, there has to be patience, like the patience that dictators have where they stay the course and they wait for opposition to fall away. We also have to be patient and stubborn in our own way, that we believe in these ideals and we're going to stick with them. And that's also part of why I don't want the world to become multipolar or bipolar. I actually want US hegemony to continue. I support US military, economic, and political dominance. I just want it to be aligned with morality and values the way that I believe it can. Because the alternative to that is Chinese hegemony or Russian hegemony. And we'll long for the days of the US when we see the alternative. As bad as we are, at least we believe in things as theory.
Actually, in the nexus of morality, so when you don't have this aspect, then I think you can make a general assessment as well for the US policy in the Middle East that there are serious losses. If you look back at the last 2 decades, the first one is the US, maybe they lost the people of the region. I mean, there is the serious problem of trust in the people of the region toward the United States. Even in a country like Turkey, where we have a very large supporters of the US policies and followers of it, but still the majority of the people have lost their trust in the United States because of the policies of the last 2 administrations. Or maybe 3, we can say. So then they lost their authoritarian maybe allies. I mean, this was okay. There can be some stability even after Mubarak left or Ben Ali left or Saleh left. Even if there is some sort of stability, but still they lost it. Maybe before 2011. February, no one would have thought that Mubarak would have left. Maybe then the plan was going to be that his son Jamal was going to take the lead. But then this didn't happen like this. Look at Algeria. Who would have thought that the regime can change in a way it changed like this? So I think when we make this general assessment, we can say that just another. And also, like you mentioned, traditional alliances, patterns have been lost by the United States. Look at Saudi Arabia, look at United Emirates, look at Turkey. So, there is this kind of traditional alliances are also shaken. So I think the continuation of the US policy as it was in the last 3 administration, if they continue in the way they did, I think there will be more losses for the United States. Yeah.
I guess just responding to some of my co-panelists here, I really struggle with the notion that the US government failed by not intervening in Syria. First of all, because it's a myth, the US did intervene in the worst possible way, providing arms to unaccountable, disastrous proxy forces that have contributed to turning Syria into the catastrophe that it is today. Second of all, because if you look at the record of US military intervention in the Middle East, not just back in Iraq's time, but while the Syrian war was ongoing. To ask the US government, which was supporting and enabling the bombardment and massacre of Yemeni children, to save Syrian children by intervening against Bashar al-Assad, just strikes me as insane sort of blindness, mimicking the approach to Ukraine that we decry, that we know is strange and bizarre, to be advocating for this military intervention in Ukraine, while the US is actively aiding and abetting the bombardment of Gaza and Yemen, supporting the dictatorships of Egypt and so forth. It doesn't work. It doesn't work to approach it that way. And I really want to be cautious and wary about dismissing those of us who strongly opposed military intervention in Syria as, some sort of identitarian dismissal, unless we got to pull out our credentials and say, well, I was baptized.
I was not dismissing you. I said certain organizations.
Back when some of us are questioning war in Ukraine, and is it really in the best interest of the Ukrainian people?
The Ukrainian people are saying it is.
I don't know. There's forced military conscription in Ukraine. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying we should pause to question what 10 years of war in Ukraine will look like and whether
I told the majority of the people are asking for it. The Libyan people of Benghazi waved French and American flags to be safe from destruction.
It's too bad.
Sure.
So
It's just not our place to get. They're telling us what they want, and the Syrian people were pleading for support.
not really.
Yeah.
Andrew Mark, University of Massachusetts. I just wanted to invite Shani or anybody else on the panel to say more. You had that comment in passing about what they're saying about Tunisia in the background, whether it's on the record or off the record, whatever else you have to say about what discussions are being had about Tunisia, about the coup, about Ghannouchi and other prisoners that we might not. Thank you.
You can go with this if this gets too off topic. Our discussion of the costs of authoritarianism or authoritarian television has veered a little bit into the reasons for that support, and a through line in your conversation seems to be, for lack of a better word, bigotry. Right? The Orientalism, the mythologizing problems of the Middle East, the kind of fatalism, millennium-old conflicts that never get better. Now, I'm a journalist, and I understand that we as journalists have a role to play in treating all humans, all of the world as humans. Aside from that, I wonder how you think the diaspora and its interest groups are doing in combating that kind of bigotry. As a journalist, again, I see you're right. Many of these politicians may, in their heart of hearts, believe that for one reason or another, Muslims are different or Islam's a problem. It's also true that they're afraid to say otherwise because there's a broad swath of the American public that harbors those feelings that I'm calling bigotry. Do you see anything being done about that? And how are the interest groups of the diaspora doing and combating those positions?
Yeah, okay, so on Tunisia. Okay, so let me try to convey the general sense that I have and others might have thoughts in later panels. But there's a bunch of recommendations that many of us have laid out, including an open letter that myself and Sarah Lee and others were involved with. which did get some good circulation in the administration, and they definitely like took it seriously and engaged on it. But when push comes to shove, the recommendations that we laid out are actually somewhat challenging to do. They're doable, but you have to actually exert effort, attention, and time, and you have to care. And I don't get a sense that the key principals who work on Tunisia in some way are the risk averse. These are also just like fundamentally risk averse people. And so you have a very nice conversation with Shadi. That was a really good open letter. Shadi, totally sympathize with like a lot of what you guys said, so on and so forth. But it's hard for us to do this. It's hard for us to do that for another reason. We would like to do that, but we probably can't. That's sort of the vibe, if I had to kind of describe it in general terms. And I think you'd really have to have someone on the more senior level. So either Biden himself or Jake Sullivan to really care about Tunisia in order to get the bureaucracy moving on it. The problem is Jake Sullivan doesn't care about Tunisia as far as I can tell, and neither does Joe Biden. There's others who don't care about Tunisia, but let's just, and then just the other, and on David's point, just very quickly, I would say that, well, diaspora, yeah.
There's wrong with that, but feel free to.
Well, so I'll say one thing on it. So the bigotry that they might be reflecting in the American population, I can understand that for Republicans. I don't think you have that same dynamic for Democratic politicians because their constituencies presumably don't dislike Muslims or think they're like irrational or crazy or whatever it might be. And it goes back to what Val was saying. There's a misalignment that Democrats are sort of, embracing Muslims as part of their coalition, as long as we don't talk about theological matters or express social conservatism. But, so there's that. But, we have to play our role. But at least, they do kind of pretend that they want us to be integrated and involved in the patchwork coalition. So I don't see it as like the reflecting constituencies. I just think that part of it is that they are secular. They are liberals, liberals not in the American political sense, but more kind of part of the classical liberal tradition. And I think they're very suspicious of outward expressions of religiosity. They don't really understand Sharia. They don't understand the idea that Islam can play a central role in public life. And I think it just makes them fundamentally uncomfortable. They're definitely not comfortable with Islamist parties. And those are the parties that are likely to do well in free elections. So I think that those, to me, are some of the factors.
We're over time, so if we can just do 1 minute rapid fire answers.
Yeah, thank you. So you mentioned about the arrest of Mr. Ghannouchi. I think look at the last 2 months in the Middle East and wider region, there were two major developments. One was the arrest of Mr. Ghannouchi, and the other one was the coup attempt in Sudan. So the two actually events, I mean, maybe it might be a exaggeration, it can be, but it was coincided with the elections in Turkey. So normally Turkey in the past, Turkey made a very important touches on some of the conflict areas that prevented further conflicts, like in Libya, like in Syria. So I think Turkey could have played more role in maybe stopping this decision, not stopping, but at least to maybe slowing down the process if it did not was in the election process. And of course, because of the election, they were too focused on the domestic issues, but then the foreign policy issues were a bit on the sidelines. So I think it's just a thought I wanted to share.
Very good. So risk averse, they are risk averse. I ask myself, they're taking such a big risk on behalf of Ukraine. huge risk. Our economy is suffering because of it. Again, I support it. Huge risk. I don't think World War III, but Russia is nuclear and all of that stuff. Why not take a smaller risk in the Arab world? Tunisia, what kind of risk would be to put a lot more pressure, a lot more political capital, money for or against? Even Syria. If you're confronting Putin on his borders, you couldn't confront him in Syria. Still we don't, right? And I just go back to my very, maybe not pleasant theory that there's Orientalism at play. And the diaspora communities, I think, are struggling to confront that because they are part largely of the democratic electorate. Not all of them, by the way. You may see a shift again, unfortunately, my opinion. But I think it goes back to them really reaching a conclusion that I have reached, which is that we just need a new class of political thinkers or part of these conversations. We need a diversity in national security, diversity in foreign policy. We seem to be championing so many other places, particularly after the George Floyd crime and the Black Lives Matter movement. And you see it in corporations, you see it in government. The Arab world foreign policy establishment is an exception, and that needs to change. And I think you get to see better answers and policies in that.
I think foreign policy is the least democratic of all American policies, where the opinions of the American public matter least because it's number top 3 or 5 issue that they vote on, and that's what gives the space for lobbyists and interest groups to have nearly complete sway in decision making, despite whatever personal values may be held by people who have. They get trumped, they get checked, even if their values might align. I would also just say that I want to avoid us falling into the Sullivan trap, seeing the world as this binary where either we have US hegemony or we have Chinese and Russian hegemony. It's really a sad and defeatist acceptance of a temporal reality that may not exist. And I think we have to invite ourselves to think more broadly about how we do want to see the world aligned, so that it's not just a zone of influence of one superpower over another, to whom random people in Egypt and other places subject without having any say. And can we configure a system of governance, a system of interrelationships of countries that doesn't reduce the world to this binary? And if we are reduced to this binary, I think it's not clear at all that US hegemony is better for the people in the Middle East. If you look at the number of people who have been killed, maimed, injured, lives destroyed by virtue of US weapons versus Chinese weapons, for example, just taking that to criteria. So I don't think the answers are that clear, whatever the rhetorical values America may have. The facts on the ground are that US hegemony has been catastrophic for the human lives at stake in the Middle East. And I'd like that to change. But I want us to break out of this conception of seeing the world as this competition with China and Russia as the only formulation in which we can conceive of a world order.
Well, please join me in thanking our panel for our next panel starts with 2 minutes. Give us a minute to reconfigure the stage. Don't go anywhere. 10-minute break. I was obeying your rules, but if you say 10 minutes, here's boss. 7 minutes. Hold on. It's 11:08, 11:15.
Yeah. No. Yeah, thank you. Interesting. You have non-Russian. I would think that.
reported for the New York Times in New York, Washington, Cairo, and London. While at the Times, he shared 3 Pulitzer Prizes for international reporting, national reporting, and public service. He was the Cairo bureau chief for the New York Times from 2010 to 2015, where he led coverage of the Arab Spring uprisings. I want to thank David specifically for the time that he spent in the region covering the Arab Spring. I want to thank him for his professionalism, his courage, his integrity, the risks that he took. The late Robert Fisk used to say that journalists write the first draft history. The fact that we had a really competent, qualified journalist on the ground in the region writing that first draft of history is a huge benefit to all of us who then try and analyze it, interpret it. So thank you, David, immensely for the risk that you took. The Economist named about the Arab Spring was titled "Into the Hands for the Soldiers, Freedom and Chaos in Egypt and the Middle East." Is one of the best books published in 2018, and I can't agree more with that assessment. In a recent issue of the New Yorker, the April 3rd issue, which I actually have here with me, David has a very long, important essay called "The Dirty Secrets Smear Campaign." I encourage you all to read it. If you don't have a copy of that, email me. I'd gladly share with you my copy. My first thought when I read this story is this has to be turned into a Hollywood or a Netflix 8-part series because it's a thriller.
From your mouth to God's ears.
Right. Well, you never know what might happen. But it's a story, not just a story about a tragedy of an innocent person who was really victimized, but it's also a story about the politics of our contemporary world. The research, the attention to detail is worthy, in my view, of another Pulitzer Prize. David and I are going to have a conversation, starting off with the story that he wrote in the New Yorker. And then we want to focus on how this story relates to the core themes of this conference, the core themes of the Arab Spring, the question of authoritarianism, democracy, citizens' rights, etc. I'm assuming that most people have not read this story, so I'm going to begin by asking David to take a few minutes to give us the broad picture, the summary of this very important, essay that you've written. That's called on the front page of the New Yorker, "The Smear Campaign."
Sure. Well, thank you very much for that two gracious introductions. So let me just tell you the story of my story. So the protagonist is a person named Hazem Mala, who's an American passport holder of Egyptian descent, and he finds himself living in Como, Switzerland, right near the Italian border. And he happens to be the son of an early and important Muslim brother whose nana came an expatriate in exile from Egypt. But Hazem, the son, is Western born and bred and really doesn't have that much interest in his native country or his father's native country, Egypt, and he's not that interested in the Muslim Brotherhood either. In fact, he's, in my casual impression, sort of medium religious and not in any way political. He succeeds tremendously. He's a very bright guy, got a PhD in applied math from Imperial College, studied physics at Cambridge. He's a very bright guy. He's running a thriving oil trading company, doing very rich by trading oil around the world, until all of a sudden, a few years ago, these rumors start to pop up, allegations start to pop up on the internet, suggesting that he's somehow tied to terrorism, bringing out his father's history with the Muslim Brotherhood as grounds for accusing him of terrorism. These allegations appear to snowball out of nowhere. Suddenly banks won't lend to him. They're turning him away. His enterprise, trading oil, is heavily dependent on that kind of financing. It goes back. So his vast fortune is largely crushed and his life is destroyed. In the depths of his despair, he receives an odd phone call or text message on Signal. And the message says effectively, "Hello, I am a hacker. I have hacked into some files that can reveal to you who has destroyed your company and why." He says, "Well, I'm interested, of course." And he hears more, and it turns out that this group of hackers, who initially styled themselves as kind of vigilante activists, but actually are looking to get paid, these hackers have cracked into the computer system of a Swiss private investigator, Mario Guerrero, who is considered the sort of pope of Swiss private investigators. There are a lot of Swiss private investigators. Geneva, Switzerland turns out to be a sort of hotbed of intrigue. I didn't realize that. Anyway, this gentleman, if I can call him that, Mario Guerrero, turns out to have accepted a long-term assignment from the United Arab Emirates. The United Arab Emirates has hired this Swiss private investigator to go after its perceived enemies across Europe, across Western Europe. That is, people that the United Arab Emirates associates with Qatar, their regional rival, or the Muslim Brotherhood, or who eventually are just prominent people critical of the United Arab Emirates, like members of the UN panel of experts on Yemen. So Hazm begins to deal with these hackers, and they welcome him into this trove of documents that they've stolen from the internal computer systems of Mario Guerrero, which obviously is a crime and morally, whole enterprise is morally ambiguous. The hackers, I initially thought, as some of you may now be thinking, well, I'll bet these hackers are working for Qatar, the UAE's regional rival. But no, in this case, the hackers want Hazm to use his connection to the region through his father and the oil trading business to try to help them sell this cache of documents for the really big score to Qatar. So Hazm is sort of dragooned, enlisted into playing the role of emissary and carrying the message of these hackers to Doha that they would like to be paid for all things. And that drags on and on and on for years, or months, maybe a year. And while he's running these errands, he delves into the documents and he sees that at the behest of the United Arab Emirates, they have paid this private investigator lavishly to systematically destroy his company, to capitalize on latent or not so latent Islamophobia in the West, to sort of smear him as a terrorist just because of who his father was, or what his religion is. And that Guerrero has persuaded them to do this. Really, it seems for his own self-enrichment, right? That he has this deep-pocketed client on him, and then it's in his interest to try to upsell them, to persuade them that there are even more enemies across Western Europe than you suspected. That the Muslim Brotherhood and Qatar's allies are in fact everywhere, and you need to pay me, Mario Guerrero, a great deal to help you stamp them out wherever they are found. And in fact, not only is Hazm not a Brotherhood-linked terrorist, as Guerrero puts forth, he begins to sell the UAE on the idea that quite a few Muslim civil society groups across Europe are also somehow linked to the Muslim Brotherhood or terrorism. Largest among them, I think, Islamic Relief. That one really stuck out to me because ultimately, at the end of the day, this is a humanitarian organization. They're heavily audited. All the money that they raise goes to helping people who are in the most acute need around the world. So that UAE, with its ample resources, is commissioning this Swiss private investigator to try to damage Islamic Relief was striking to me, and yet that's what they did. So that is the story that I told, culminating in Hazm's eventually gives up on selling these documents to the Qataris, and he reaches some other agreement with the hackers so that he can get possession of them to me, and then seek a kind of a lawsuit to try to recover some of his losses. How did I do that?
That's good. So one of the important things that comes out in your essay is really the role of authoritarian regimes, autocratic regimes, and sort of, damaging the integrity and reputation of innocent civilians, in this case, American citizens. And so, what I like about your article is sort of burned an argument that I've been articulating for a very long time that, yes, authoritarian regimes, as we saw in the first panel, are responsible for destabilizing the East. But now this is the bigger problem. These authoritarian regimes are also very pernicious ways undermining our own democracy here in the West, here in the United States. And your essay, actually quoting one of my professors in the University of Toronto, Ron Keepert, who is the director of this very important Citizen Research Lab. And I just want to read the quote up for everyone. So Professor Robbie, writing in the Journal of Democracy, says, quote, anyone with enough cash these days hire a private fund. Subversion is now big business. As it spreads, so too do the authoritarian practices, the culture of impunity that go with it. Could you give us some context to this particular quote and connect it to the essay and story that you tell about Hazem and his particular plight? Because I think this is really one of the key lessons that I took away from your article that matters for our contemporary world and its relationship to the themes of this conference, this idea of private intelligence, authoritarian issues, and then the threats to democracy for citizens here in the West.
Sure. I mean, when I moved to Cairo in 2010 as the New York Times correspondent there, I was fairly naive about the way that that region operated and the U.S. alliance with many of its supposed clients operated. And the Arab Spring, its aftermath, was really eye-opening because several countries that style themselves that I've understood to be close partners and allies of the U.S., the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, foremost among them, actively tried to subvert U.S. policy in the region, really constructively, with a lot of money, systematic propaganda campaigns against the U.S., against U.S. personnel, division, against the U.S. ambassador division, by lobbying very adroitly and effectively inside the whole Pentagon, White House. They really campaigned against what the U.S. was its stated objectives. What the U.S. said was its stated objectives, which at the time was support for democracy. And that obviously some would say they were pushing out of New York, but they won, right? They won in the region, they won in the U.S. policy. And since that time, there has been a lot of evidence that some of these same countries, and not only these countries, also their rivals, I should say, when I say a lot of evidence, the nature of subversion, right, or behind the scenes lobbying, or this sort of private spying is designed not to be seen by me or any of us. So when we do get a glimpse of it, it's happenstance, it's chance. And yet, nonetheless, we've seen a lot of it. Most of what we've seen has to do with the UAE and sort of Saudi Arabia, but also Qatar and Turkey. And it seems that these countries are working hard to try to influence, often covertly, the machinery of American democracy in their favor, which, when you think about it, makes sense. And suppose you are a very, very wealthy authoritarian state, and you are completely and utterly, and your political system is quite closed, but you're completely and utterly dependent for your existence and protection on a much larger state, the United States, with a very open, even porous, often too porous political system. So what do? Do you try to influence it covertly or otherwise? Of course, you owe it to your family. If not, you're probably a monarch and you're thinking about your family to try to do that, and that's what they have done. So since the time when I moved back from Cairo, it's been a kind of recurring theme in my coverage. As you've seen examples like George Nader, who's an Ravi Ahmed, trying to wend his way into the Hillary Clinton campaign, when that bombed out in the Trump operation, the overtures to Tom Barrett, who's Trump's close friend. On the other side, we've seen the Qataris, or people very close to the Qataris, managed to hack into the computer systems of Ambassador Taiba here, working for the United Arab Emirates of Washington, or Elliot Brody, a businessman close to Trump, who happen to have some interests in the region as well. We've seen Turkey also getting into the game with various efforts to support the Hulk Bank. It's worked with General Flynn. It's kind of behind the scenes overtures to Jared Kushner, building connections with President Trump's family in order to influence him and sort of affect U.S. policy in Syria, arguably. And so you begin to think, with brands like these, who needs enemies? And that seems to be the context to me of that quote from Professor Diebler. Am I making sense?
Yeah, you are. You have to read the article to really sort of get, I think, the point that you're making. but it makes complete sense. Which then raises the big issue that I think is very much front and center of American politics today, is the problem of foreign interference into our political system, corrupting our democracy, buying off our politicians, fundamentally undermining very sort of just society that we're thriving. So the question then becomes, how do we prevent this type of thing from happening in the future? It's happening. We know the Russians have done it, and other countries are doing it. But you shine a good spotlight on these authoritarian regimes who claim to be our allies, and we would expect that unless they respect the laws of the land, are, I think, taking advantage of loopholes, sort of, to insert themselves into these types of debates, fundamentally affecting the lives of innocent people, innocent Americans, being protected or should be protected by their government. So do you have any thoughts on how we prevent this problem from getting worse? Because it's pretty bad right now. Unless there are policy changes, I can see this just getting worse in a couple years.
Well, there are certainly people in Washington of a sort of common cause variety say the problem is that American democracy is sort of self-subverting, right? That we have campaign finance problem and internal corruption, and we have our own problems. And were we to shore those up and insulate our politics from interests, that would solve the problem. That's not going to happen in the short term. What it seems to me is the situation where we form these partnerships and close alliances with authoritarian states are a special problem, a unique problem for influence on American democracy. For a couple of reasons. If you're a hostile authoritarian government like China or Russia, it's very difficult for you to say hire a gazillion former American government officials so that they, when they're doing their jobs, are thinking about their future payday work with you. It's very difficult for you to lobby or hire lobbyists or set up your own interest groups. It's very difficult for you to have your ambassadors stored in the whole of the Pentagon or choosing people in the White House. But if you're a nominal ally, that's not the case. It's easy to do. It's built into your job almost. It's built into the structure of that relationship. Now, you might say, well, are all allies a problem like this? No, they're not a problem like this. When you're dealing with a democratic ally or an ally with a more or less open political system like Norwegians or something, they don't, for their own reasons, they're not going to find it convenient to try to covertly influence American democracy to be exposed internally in their countries. It's just not something that those governments do. But governments which, unlike us, don't even pay lip service to the idea of representative government and open democracy. Not only is it natural for them to try to subvert American democracy, it's inevitable. They can't even help it. That's what they do. And so when you form alliances with authoritarian governments, and I've been careful to include a broad spectrum, right? There's Saudi Arabians, who my friend, so we just mentioned our pains and almost checked Jared Kushner, and who were, showing up in the Trump administration just in the office, offering to spend all kinds of money to try to help them politically. So the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Qataris, the Turks across the spectrum, everybody's kind of playing this game. So when you form these alliances with authoritarian governments, it's not like the authoritarianism, you're not going to catch it like a cold. But it does seem to rub off a little bit. It's not great for your democratic practices at home. Maybe none of these countries in their efforts have actually changed American foreign policy. And yet their efforts have to breed a kind of cynicism. And may on the margins, when you look back in particular on the deliberations in the Obama administration about the Arab Spring, I think many people would say that Ambassador Taiba and the UAE was very effective at influencing American policy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in Obama's memoir, where this is one of the reasons why they went back to Egypt for 2015 was out of deference to their allies. They didn't want to upset the Emiratis, the Saudis, had really upset about the Arab Spring. That was a factor that weighed heavily on Obama's thinking in terms of how to respond to the coup.
I don't think he put it quite that boldly.
No, that's my spin. But it was a sense that, look, these are the factors that we have to sort of think about. We have these allies who we don't want to upset our relationship.
Well, that's not a comprehensive list of the regional allies. It's strong feelings about that, but we can move on.
Right, but I recall sort of that being, something that Obama was thinking about and weighed heavily on his conscience. And again, remember the timing. This was when the Iran nuclear negotiations were taking place. These countries were upset with Obama for engaging in those talks as sort of a way of saying, look, we'll lead in your direction on the Arab Spring. Sort of coup d'etat, you sort of give us some leeway on nuclear talk. So these I think speak to the deeper, longer term problems that go with having these types of authoritarian allies. They lead to that policy. But getting back to the domestic side, I mean, my reaction from reading your article is the only way to prevent this type of sort of corruption from affecting the American democratic system and preventing former American government officials after they retired becoming lobbyists with very good salaries from these authoritarian governments is having ironclad, very strong laws that prevent this type of thing from happening. Unless we do that, our democracy is just going to be continually eroded by these relationships that we have. It's very lax laws. And maybe at the end of the day, it's us. We're responsible for getting our own house in order. And it seems to be there is a lot of talk about fixing this type of foreign interference, but not a lot of action. What are your thoughts on concrete things that we can be doing? It's not just about the Gulf states, other countries as well. Since we're talking about the East here, the question is what policies we really need here to protect our democracy from subversion.
Well, there's a whole bundle of good government reforms to try to decrease the influence of lobbyists or the interest groups, the interest of money in politics. And that's a little bit over my head. But I think before you get there, it would help to just introduce a greater degree of skepticism into the American public and the American political class and the American foreign policy apparatus of our authoritarian allies. And as a journalist covering the Arab Spring, I was astonished by how much foreign policy thinking about the Middle East is haunted by the Iranian Revolution. And back then, Jeane Kirkpatrick, with whom I'm no relation, wrote an influence essay called Dictatorship of Double Standards, more or less faulting the Carter administration for undermining the Shah by yammering on human rights. And so there was this constant invocation of the Iranian Revolution, like, look, if we endorse these uprisings against these authoritarians who have been our allies, what if it's like one? What if it's replaced with someone we like even less? And I hovered over this. I think Jeane Kirkpatrick might even have alluded to this line, but it's the summary of her. He may be a bastard, but he are bastard. And what I wish that people would understand is he's never our bastard. Right? This local authoritarian who we think that we are cultivating because he is on our side or would be our ally, he never is, because he always has a self-interest which will come ahead of our. The war in Ukraine has been a real manifest lesson around the region. All of our he's our bastard, but he's the bastard, he's our bastard guys, and equivocated or sided with Russia. Right? So here's a foreign policy issue about which the U.S. government manifestly cares enormously. And we hear tapes leak that the Egyptians are contemplating selling weapons to Russia. We know that the Egyptians have been playing games with Russia in Russia's efforts to interfere in Libya against American interests and are generally building closer and closer ties to Russia, despite the war in Ukraine. The UAE has become sort of the number one forum for sanctions evasion. And the Saudis have flaunted their continued alliance with Russia and even moved ahead with military training for their own forces inside of Russia. So there are these countries whose alliance we prize. We might say, well, okay, they're an ugly authoritarian, but they're on our side. They're not really on our side, and they're structurally not on our side because they're always more interested in their own self-preservation. And if we kept that in mind, then we would be less likely to, as I say, let their ambassadors uniquely stroll through the border of the Pentagon.
Especially at key moments like this, where we expect our so-called allies to be on our side with respect to the question in Ukraine, as you just said. Many of them are more or less quasi, like Putin really in his sort of policy toward Ukraine than he is with ours, which raises the big question: what are we getting? What's the return on these autocratic regimes? To say nothing about the point that you mentioned in your article, how the new sort of added concern about this alliance that we have with autocratic regimes is they are undermining our own democratic norms back at home, which is just another layer of concern, which hopefully would get me to sort of have the type of reevaluation, rethinking about our support for autocratic regimes under the mantra that they preserve stability and they preserve our interests. And the more you look at it, and the more that argument is going to sustain. Which then sort of, gets us back to your article. One of the things that I loved about your article was all of these sort of overlapping themes, not just authoritarian regimes and the mayhem that they create, how they hurt innocent people, how they undermine our beliefs and our own democratic values. But you also talk about how, mentioned this in your comment, how the theme of your Islamophobia is central to the ability of these authoritarian regimes to go after this character,
Right, and after many of these other, Muslim civil society organizations across Europe that they found a community charter like Islamic Relief. Yeah, it's an odd thing because these authoritarian governments we're talking about are all happen to be Muslim majority governments, right? And yet they are trafficking in Islamophobic tropes at best in their efforts to try to bring down their perceived enemies in the West.
Just highlighting what I have to argue, no ethical sort of focus here. It's just really narrow, hardball politics that they're playing and to pursue their own narrow interests in regime survival and perpetuation. So I really like the article. It's really wonderful. I encourage everyone to read it. You end the article by sort of suggesting that the story is going to open, that the key character who the victimized here is pursuing some legal action against the United Arab Emirates for what they did to him. Do you have a sort of a postscript that you can share with us? What might be happening next?
I know he's working on it, but I don't have any update that I can share this time.
Yeah, so something to watch for in terms of our coverage. Hopefully you'll write about it if it doesn't. So let's turn to the audience now and sort of get them to sort of perhaps ask you some questions, either about the article or about some of the themes we're talking about, or even if you're open to this, some of your reporting during the Arab Spring, which is really stellar and outstanding. So the floor is open. I see Ramon at the microphone. You have a question?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I've been standing in line because
Sorry,
I have a question that I'm dying to ask.
Please.
It's about, first of all, thank you very much, David, coming to our conference and for your presentation, wonderful presentation. Yes, I mean, these interference from foreign powers is not easy to get rid of or to stop. But if anything, we are a country of rule of law, and there is a law against supporting coups in other countries and supporting governments after coups in other countries. There is a law. And yet, you were in Egypt when the coup happened in 2013. And recently, a more recent coup happened in Tunisia. And the US really did not stop supporting these regimes after a coup. That's illegal. Why doesn't the legal system or our political system altogether work to apply the rule of law, which is that we do not support a government after a military coup or after any coup against democracy? Why can't we at least hold on to that, law and, force the government, force everybody to respect the law? I mean, you were in Egypt, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, so right. In my book, I wrote extensively about the decision within the Obama administration not to call a coup in Egypt a coup.
Exactly.
It was a coup. At a certain level, the question goes like this. If you're asking why isn't the American government less cynical and more honest and transparent and ethical, that's definitely what in point of fact, why did the Obama administration not call a coup? It goes back to the things that we've been talking about. They were persuaded that their partnership with Egypt, and in particular their military partnership in Egypt, could be jeopardized if they call it a coup. And that was the paramount consideration. Their allies, as you mentioned, in the region were also strongly supporting support for the coup. You know, the hacking of Ambassador Otaiba's emails revealed that he sent several pointed and threatening messages to his close friends in the National Security Council that day, warning the U.S. that if it didn't get on the bandwagon, it would face kind of backlash in the region. That was his pitch. So that was going on as well. And the earlier panelists spoke in various ways about the fatalism or pathologizing of the Middle East, that these are, you know, the Orientalism, the sense that it's always been like this, etc. That was also clearly at work. I think there was a certain fatalism or pessimism baked into many of the thinking by many of the top policymakers. Certainly, Secretary of State Kerry and Secretary of Defense Hagel were key interlocutors with Egypt at the time and key players in policymaking in the White House. I think they both thought, look, as Kerry more or less put it to me, you know, Egypt has had these authoritarian military regimes for a long time. We've worked with them. Has it been perfect? No. Is it going to change? No. Which, again, that's a low expectation, and I think reflects some of the biases we've been talking about, and became a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy, arguably. But all those things would work. So we have the military partnership, influence of allies, and this sort of soft Orientalism or Islamophobia, I think.
Sarah Lee?
Thank you, David. I wanted to ask you about your experience and observations from your time at the New York Times, but you know, within the broader American media, and certainly from my perspective, New York Times being among the best in the world in terms of coverage of what's happening in the world. Do you observe, or have observed, as I tend to observe, and I think it's misplaced, particularly among national security correspondents, correspondents who cover Washington, cover politics in Washington, the reverse almost, or the flip side of the pathologizing of the Middle East and of Arabs and Muslims, a pedestaling of America and the American government as fundamentally agents for good, fundamentally well-intentioned democracy promoting agenda. And do you see that pervading their coverage and their description of decision-making in Washington, as well as accepting claims of the US government as fact? So for years, we've been subject to the Iranian-backed Houthis from the first days of the war in Yemen, without ever even needing to proffer any evidence for that, but never once describing the Saudi government as the US-backed Saudi government, for example. You know, do you see that orientation in the reporting, or am I reading too much into it?
Your question is quite broad. On the general belief that the U.S. has an exceptional and noble role to play in the world, I don't think that's embraced by the New York Times. I'd refer that question to Shadi in the back there, speaks on there. In terms of whether the mainstream media, including the New York Times, is too credulous of the claims of the American government, I strongly don't think that's the case. I mean, just the day-to-day incentives in the lives of American journalists is that if you can embarrass the American government, you get a gold star. If you can ethically humiliate the American government, you get a Pulitzer Prize. All the incentives are towards skepticism, and that includes skepticism of designations of the antagonists in the Yemen conflict. I think you are factually mistaken if there was not skepticism in the New York Times applied to the Iranian relationship with the Houthis or the Saudi relationship with its preferred government in Yemen. I mean, I was involved in some of that coverage, and there was a lot of skepticism, as there should be.
Next question.
Thank you very much, David. And so in the discussion, and if I remember correctly in your article, it's been a little while since I read it. The framing was really one important policy. I understand this. But you've made a nod a couple of times to the assumption of Islamophobia being a catalyst. I think it might be the other way around. I think it's really that's the core issue, and it's really a domestic policy story, and with a foreign policy chaser. So the Institute for Social Policy and Understanding here in DC recently did some work on banking policy here in the US. So I'll kind of use that as an example. Islamic Relief USA has had a lot of issues, maintaining accounts and maintaining financial relations, but even LaunchGood, which is the CEO of LaunchGood is a white convict. Right, so it's just this notion of being kind of somewhat related to Muslim-y things that kind of gets you into trouble. And so if you'll just indulge me, I'll just give you an analogy. It seems that like Muslim organizations are trying to kind of row down the river, and they kind of have like a hole. They have a lead, right? And they're trying to kind of get some water out of there. And it seems like these foreign entities are just looking at that and maybe just kind of throwing a couple more cups of water in there. The core issues that you have this lead, the core issues that you have this kind of domestic policy that needs to be addressed. That's my perspective. I'd love to hear.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it catalyst. I just heard the panel this morning bring up again and again in various terms, the Orientalism or the pathologizing of the region, and that squares with my opinion that's going on. Right, there is this weird thing that you encounter as an American journalist when you're talking about your reporting. People will, I come back talking with people who I think of as sophisticated, educated liberals who would never knowingly indulge in anything that might be labeled bigotry, and they would say, "What happened to the Arab Spring? Well, the problem is not." And I just think, what? You know what I mean? It's just such a false dichotomy. Like one of these things is a religion, the other is a form of government. And by the way, you would be humiliated to say that about any other religion. You should substitute Buddhism or Hinduism, Judaism in that sense, and you would be laughed out of the room. And yet people say it with a straight face. So I don't know what causes this, and I'm not sure it's a policy problem, and I would love to have a solution, but it's definitely a thing.
Next question.
And thank you for your journalism. You made a comment about the motive that authoritarian Middle Eastern countries have in undermining, to do this kind of activity, in undermining their perceived enemies in the West. Isn't there also a role played by their attempt to undermine their actual perceived rivals in their own lands? After all, it was a Muslim Brotherhood established party that won the election in Egypt.
I thought it went without saying that an authoritarian government does not like its domestic dissidents and is the enemy of free speech. That's the table stakes for the conversation.
Okay, we're getting close to the end, so we have 3 people standing up. If I can just ask no one else to join the line so we could get questions and some answers. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's true, authoritarian regimes are trying to influence, and this example that you mentioned are amazing for UAE and Qatar. But let me take this back here. In 1971, we had the paper, the Pentagon Papers, where we basically split the information about the Vietnam War our own way. We had WikiLeaks. We have just lately the Pegasus files. Then we have the Twitter files, where we know that every agency here in this government is trying to influence and split the information right and left. And then, it is the idea that the authoritarian regime are doing it is not only then are we doing the same thing. Let me give you the last example. In 2003, 2 members of AIPAC were caught red-handed, basically getting classified information from here, the United States, to Israel to influence our policy in Iran. And then what happened? The Department of Justice dropped all charges against these 2 people. And they were spying on us. So is it the issue? Is it really UAE, Qatar, or it's really the new colonial approach to meddling with other people? Thank you.
I find your questions are going a couple of
Yeah,
directions.
I was gonna ask you for a little bit more clarification on exactly what.
Well, I can just take that too, right? So you mentioned an Israeli example that seems to fall in the same basket as my example, right? Foreign countries trying to influence U.S. policy. In that case, there was some some police action trying to deter it. Your other part of your question seemed to be about whether the U.S. government, in the Cold War era, there were lots of examples of the U.S. government trying to covertly influence other governments. Some of them became scandals here, and I think those are less often done now, because we do have still, knock on wood, a free press and a fairly open political process, so that when if the CIA were to try to set up a bogus newspaper and spin bogus ideas in some foreign country, the idea of influencing its politics, chances are that would come out eventually. And the fact that there's an internal deterrent to doing too much of that. It makes the US and other open governments less inclined to do that and less good at it as much as they might try.
Go ahead.
This is a brief observation to maybe try to make a connection between the general point you're making and the Tunisian situation. I've heard from many people in the Gulf, in the Emirates, in Qatar, Saudi, that when you're so-called Al-Qaddafi dies, which he now has, it's going to be a question of who's going to be the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood and the spiritual leader of the Muslim world. And what I hear very frequently there, it's going to be Al-Shi. I don't particularly find that convincing, but I am reasonably convinced that a fair number of people think that's the case. So I wonder what you think of that, and does that help us to think about where Tunisia fits into this connection of the what people, what regimes in the Gulf are doing to influence the environment in which they live?
I think the arrest of Sheikh Ghannouchi is a tragedy because of the importance of his ideas far beyond Tunisia. I wish more people would be paying attention to events in Tunisia. I don't particularly want to participate in a conversation about who is going to be the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood or the Muslim world or political Islam. I just think that set of ideas is that whole conversation is problematic. And again, we wouldn't have it about another religion. Like the thing about religions is they're multiple and various, and their meaning always contested, and that's the good news. So I don't think that Qaradawi was a very effective broadcaster and a smart theologian, I guess, to people who care about those things. But I don't think he was unique in the world, and I don't think he's going to be replaced. I mean, it's just the nature of any religion, including my own, is it's a constant debate about its own meaning, and that's going to continue.
I think that's perfectly fair. But some people were involved with politics.
Well, I think if the Gulf states really they don't like elections, and they don't like democracy, and they don't like the idea that political Islam could be associated with elections. And for that reason, I can only imagine that Sheikh Ghannouchi was uniquely objectionable to any of the Gulf states.
Last question, Dan.
Yeah, this is by way of an observation. I haven't read David's piece. I'm getting on a plane to Tunis tonight and make that move. And
You've got a lot to go to.
Yeah, it's going to certainly increase my sense of pessimism, supposedly. But I'm in the throes of writing a piece originally entitled Thinking Global Autocracy, which is a deep dive into the literature here at the community, particularly at the think tank community, which attributes processes of authoritarianism and toxicization chiefly to Russian. It's good to be reminded of the multiple sort of vectors that are promoting autocracy globally, and that's part of the critique that I'm writing in response to the literature that's been put out by a lot of my colleagues. It's going to be interesting to see how this piece evolves. But I do want to say that we have just two words of caution from my own thinking of this. It's been going on for months, getting close to finish. And that is, number one, there's a complex relationship between the kinds of dynamics you're talking about, David, and the nature of any democracy, including the American democracy. And I get concerned when we hear words like subversion and so on. I think that the key drivers of our democratic crisis are largely embedded in our own country. And these foreign effects exacerbate them, but there is a kind of notion out there that the so-called democratic malaise or backsliding is a consequence of international interventions and so on, particularly from the Russians and the Chinese. And we have to be really careful. It's a very complicated question and conceptually. And empirically. And the other observation is that there's an obsession in Washington with Chinese influence. That's all you hear about now. It's the number one existential threat. We hear it in Congress. And the consequences for our own Chinese American citizens has been quite negative. Because it's not on the par with concern about Russian influence in the 50s, but there's a lot of McCarthyism about Chinese influence. And I just want to say it's just very disturbing. And it's become an obsession here in Washington. And while there is a lot of malign influence, that's the term almost always used, malign. First of all, the question of how it affects our democracy is complicated. But second of all, it's certainly overdrawn, I think, in so many ways, and really detracts from a lot of the other sort of influences. We had 4 years of an American president who did more to honor autocracy than any American president in many years. So I just sort of a cautionary tale about sort of where and what kind of causes we try to draw in terms of.
Yeah, I tried to say before, our own democracy is, as I said, is self-converting. Right? We have a yeah. So I don't want to oversell the idea that foreign governments are meant. I don't want to traffic in conspiracy theories. They're not. We can't attribute our own problems to hidden hands.
Yeah, I just want to end by emphasizing a fact that everyone knows that quality of any democracy is really dependent on free press, but also investigating journalists who are willing to take risks, pursue stories that illuminate some of these sort of scandals and unethical practices that authoritarian regimes are pursuing. In this case, in the Middle East, it wasn't pure sort of real commitment to pursuing investigative journalism. We wouldn't know about this. So thank you very much for the work you've done in the past on the Arab Spring. Thank you for this recent article in the New Yorker. I think we are better as a country because of journalists. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nader and David, for really a very interesting dialogue and illuminating dialogue. And we've had before that a very also interesting panel. So we've had a very fruitful morning. Now it's time for lunch. We're going to move to the other room on the other side. Please try to move as quickly as you can because we're 10 minutes late. And we have a very busy afternoon with two very large panels, big panels, important panels. So we'd like to catch up on time. So please go back to the other room on the other side, and we will be starting shortly. Thank you.
Hi.
pretty much it's not gonna begin much.
Give it the sound. I need a feet. Why do you put the table here? You're blocking my waiters. Sorry, stuff. Okay, you want this one here? This time? Huh? No, this.
Since years, the bottom line is that way which might be discussion about the future of the markets and the other world, which is work and the patients for less for bonds. I'd like to start by reminding all of you how many of you were attended the 2018 conference, in this room. About 10 to 15 the keynote speaker was the 1 minute silence. So the untouched shape of the friend of the direction spoken disposal 5 years ago. We are Muslim peace with the best they have at this point in instance. So 5 years later, we're still actually the markets that are very good. We've seen 5 continues. We have had several setbacks, 5 years, but we continue to believe that the markets will be solution. Continue to believe that there is no hope for the issue. These are almost exactly the same words that I do. But there is no hope for the region without the markets. That the leadership and policies will not create stability. That to the contrary, they have everything may have instability. But it's boiling under. You don't know when the next explosion is going to happen or where it's going to happen. Might be Tunisia, might be Sudan, might be Iran, but it's working everywhere. People in the Arab world are sick and tired of oppressors and dictatorships, and especially the young people are not willing to take this anymore because they see the news, see CNN, Al Jazeera, and on Facebook and Twitter, how the feed word what you said it, and they can't live in jail anymore. At the same time, they are scared. They are scared because now the armies are becoming more involved. Including in Tunisia, as you know, the army was never involved in politics before the Arabs created Tunisia. It is the main problem right now. That's why we have to be in Tunisia. It would not have happened without the support of the army in Tunisia. There's no way that us we're able to do what we did in the last 2 years, basically destroy all these of the markets, if we would have the support of the army. But as an American citizen, as a Tunisian citizen, it's very sad that the US is still supporting regimes in the Arab world after coups, whether it's Tunisia or Egypt or whatever. A, because it's illegal, to mention in the previous session. There is a law in the United States that makes it illegal to provide any kind of support to any country after a military coup. And our government here in Washington cannot get away or around this law simply by not holding the coup. It's a joke. It's like somebody who goes and murders somebody. Says, no, it's not a murder, it's something else. The murder is a murder. The coup is a coup. And you can't just call it something else or not recognize it as a coup. Therefore, you can do whatever you want. So I'm really hoping that in the next few months or years, we can start a process of suing our own government here in Washington. We're not respecting our own laws here in Washington, not supporting that it is illegal to give any kind of support whether it's economic or military. In any country, after it's already the law of the land. The US government is obligated to respect this law, and therefore we should be able to sue the governments if they do provide any kind of support for government after. But if you call it non-coup, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the reality. The reality in Tunisia is that it's a coup. The reality is that they are destroying our democratic institutions that we built not only 10 years after the Arab Spring, even before that. They're destroying parties, they're destroying the civil society, they're destroying the media. Everything is being destroyed. And it will take a long time to rebuild this. It's not easy. So we really hope that the US government, and we can push the Americans, can push our US government to respect the law. This matter should not be a matter under negotiation. It's the law. And, we have to, really exercise our rights and our duty to respect the law. In Tunisia, maybe the first couple of months wasn't clear that I ordered the coup from day one, but maybe it was not clear because in the beginning you said, no, I promise to respect democracy, I promise to respect the constitution. The closure of the parliament was going to be for 1 month or 2 months maximum. The debate was between 1 month and 2 months. But now it's clear that hasn't respected anything. The law, the constitution, the independence of the judiciary. There are now judges who are in jail, there are lawyers who are in jail for defending their rights. And judges are in jail for not, following orders. And here in Washington, we're still debating whether it's a coup or not. And we're still giving money to the Tunisian military that is behind this. We're giving them, by the way, US supported Tunisia in the last 10 years after the Arab Spring. 70% of that support went to the military. This is not known, but you can go back to the statistics and deny. 70%, over 60% went to the military of the support. It was supposed to be for democracy. But instead, 70% went to the military and the security forces, fighting extremism and fighting terrorism. It wasn't to support democracy. Less than 20 or 30% were to support democracy or to support the economy. Less than 30%. When we talk about Israeli people, it was about 200 million per year. 70% went to the military. The military has grown, the budget has grown 3 times. We used to have a very small military in Tunisia, which not telling. It's been modernized, it has become very strong, and of course, more ambitious. They become strong. Then why not govern? We have 4 ministers now in the government, or generals in the army. They did not even resign from the army. They're still general in the army, and they are ministers in the government. Health, agriculture, other ministers. 4 ministers are military generals. Anyway, so we really need to work together to support democracy. As American citizens, we have to speak up, we have to raise our voices, and to really push for democracy. Not only because we believe in democracy, but because it's the only solution to all these problems. Otherwise, the situation is going to get worse. You can see how it's getting worse already in Sudan, for example. Civil war now in Sudan. Why? Because the military has gotten involved. The 2 generals disagreed on the best solution. They started a war. And the victims are the civilians. So we really have to stand up for our values. We really have to align our policies with our values. I think all of us have a role to play in really changing our policy and making it aligned with our values. And chief among them is supporting freedom, supporting democracy, supporting human rights. May not be easy, but it's the only solution. And especially in the long term, it's the only solution to provide real stability and real economic development or real prosperity So that's my brief introductory remarks. Now we go to our two keynote speakers. We are really glad to have them. The first one is David Wilson, he's president of NED, the National Endowment for Democracy. NED has been a supporter, has given us funds and grants for the last 20 years. So we are very grateful to NED, to the staff of NED, the whole contingency of NED staff here, friends of NED who are attending. So NED is of course the main organization that was funded by Congress and actually to support democracy in the world. It has projects and programs almost all the countries of the world. But we of course will be speaking maybe about the MENA region, the Arab world, the North African region. Second speaker will be Professor Amani Jamal. She's the dean of the International School for Relations. School of International Public Affairs at Princeton University. She's the dean. She's also a good friend and number worked for 16 years. And I just learned 10 minutes ago, just learned joining the boards of NED. So it's wonderful having there. Having on the board of NED is a big plus, big advantage for democracy. Activists all over the world, especially with the MENA region. Because as you will see from her presentation, she knows the MENA region and has been studying the MENA region for a long time. So she's an expert. So we can give each one of them about 15 to 20 minutes and then we have 20 minutes for Q&A before we finish the session and go back to the other. So David, thank you.
Thanks for the introduction. It's a real honor and pleasure to be involved today. I want to offer a special thanks to our organizers to the bottom. When I first came as NED, the first actor of democracy across the world, and we down at clear things we always appreciated that. I appreciate it. So I'm especially grateful for this advice when I visited Tunisia this year to hear firsthand about the role that gains the smart parties on brand. And sadly, it's working here, it's just problem. We're seeing more arrests in Tunisia and worrying signs of the broader crackdown on society, unsurprisingly. So I addressed this almost preface gathered this universe leading authorities in North Africa. My own board member, Dr. Mayflower, she just heard. It's such an honor to have her serving on the board along with the NED staff. They are the experts here. And so it is really great system because we also have others here on the front lines forging hard-won democratic gains in their own countries. That's very high prices for your belief in democracy. We give you a shout out and welcome. So because of your expertise, I'm not going to tell all of you what you should think about democracy. But just as my organization, NED, doesn't tell us to do how it should go. They're the experts. And despite all of the Trump democracy challenges, the research tells us that most refer to it. It's a simple fact. So today I'd like to put some of what's happening in North Africa in particular into context of forces that are about democracy globally. To share with you a little bit about NED's supporting the courageous men who are on the front line against the world's most dangerous and oppressive places. And so today, I think you all know we find ourselves in a constant democracy around each the past 17 years, the number of countries away from democracy has exceeded the number of countries towards democracy. This isn't happening because of South wanting freedom. On the contrary, the Arab law would tell us this a bit more fresh data from tomorrow. Certainly, despite the growing concerns about the effectiveness of democracy, substantial majorities in countries still prefer non-democrats. And these views are borne out by the democracy activists continues to flare that we see every day in most repressive societies. The protests erupting in Iran following the death of Massoudi, in which the IRS itself has confirmed that the average age of those they arrested is 15 years old, losing generation. The Saudi activists, academics, intellectuals who bravely signed their names to participate to the people's vision for reform in Saudi Arabia, and more broadly in the Muslim world beyond. Just this past weekend, we saw thousands of Muslims who surrounded the mosques in southwestern China to prevent the order from removing it in film and interests amid a widely active streets. So throughout the world, we see this demand for freedom. It remains strong, but so too is the authoritarianism and populist determination. So no, of course, democracy it's complex, it's messy, it remains work in progress in our own experience in the States, as most of us as Americans know that it's chosen that. But over the long term, research does understand that citizens of democratic societies are healthier, happier, wealthier, and safer. A country that switches from non-democracy to democracy achieves about 20% higher GDP per capita in the long run. Research shows that democracy is associated with lower inflation, more political security, higher economic freedom. It's linked to key drivers of economic growth, such as education. So don't clear it out on me. It's also true that people are skeptical of democracy benefits, particularly in terms of personal government's corrupts, crisis of cyber, unemployment is rampant, stability in economic growth. Places like China and make non-democratic systems start to seem attractive. The stats further reinforced by the silent song of the autocratic narrative, which goes like this: democracy doesn't work. Democracy is just chaos. Democracy starts to task keeping us safe. Only strong leadership can provide the stability and order we need to defend against threats. So this sounds familiar, probably today. Yet framing the narrative this way this distracts people with the fact that the alternatives to all messy democratic operations is losing a voice and determining your own future, leaving all decisions to one man or one thing. There is another narrative which, of course, all of you are very familiar with. This is unfit for democracy, it's pragmatic, it's solvable, and fixed. Islam is incompatible. They don't want to. They want iron fisted rulers. Dictators provide stability. The military provides stability. And democracy just these American Islamic machines. So at the endeavor, we believe the desire for freedom is universal, and both the MENA region and broader Muslim world are no exception. A view that we share with many with distinguished scholars, activists, not only others of Muslims that are democracies. There's an historic legacy which you know well, global Islam started in the 8th century. Witness convergence, pluralistic intellectual crimes, economic change. And many of you have argued that there are no inherent conditions in democratic and Islamic values. Islamic principles recognize the rights, dignity, rule of law, justice, and the consultative decision. The obstacles to democracy are more product of political discord and economic factors than religious exceptions heard earlier today. That view is borne out in countries later in Asia, Albania, coastal Europe, broader India, across southern Africa, Muslim democracies, even if imperfect, with many more than flawed democracies, from Nigeria to democracy. Even where democracy is less, the desire for freedom is in waves of popular crisis. People risk their lives on their own. But we can't be mad. Democracy faces serious headwinds around the world. Nowhere are challenges to Autocrats do everything they can to persuade democracy advocates to lower their earnings, to give up, forcing out their companies. Giving up is not compatible with the yearning of the spirit of freedom to spend any time with the advocates know what drives them into cessation. Sitting on the sidelines, continuing to our press, arrested, tortured, silence. It's in the interest of the people to support democracy, democracy advocates, even if this where it's policy, bylaw, and ethics. The autocrats are playing a tough balance, and we, the Democratic Community, must sharpen our game the same. We must adapt, innovate, learn, and work in common cause. And that's what the team has been done. So my perspective is driven by the work we do. For those who don't know us, Dennis Reagan said, was congressional back in 40 years ago, as a bipartisan nonprofit foundation dedicated to strengthening democratic institutions and values around the world. And we bring diverse domestic constituents. This is the United States. We bring together both parties, business and labor, through the support of the Institute's dialogue. Center National Enterprise, Solidarity Center. And last year, we made nearly $300 million grants to 1,500 civil society and media organizations working in more than 100 countries. While we hear deeply about democracy everywhere, including here in the United States, our idea is to have access. So in some respects, with that rare Washington throughout our history and today, we've enjoyed incredibly strong bipartisan support from both, whether it's the administration of the White House, Capitol Hill, and while we're funded by American taxpayers, we're set up to be independent. We're starting to get an independent board like our speaker. And it allows us to be flexible, responsive to crisis, strengthened by diplomatic security or other considerations that government or other factors. Our aim seems to be consistent, not zigzag in policy decisions or priorities. We sincerely focus and support democracy. It's a real privilege. So when the United States put out Afghanistan years ago, we were able to stand by our partners and activate in safety, even as we double down our support for African immigrants remaining inside the country under the Taliban today. Afghanistan is one of our largest programs, underscoring our commitment to democracy advocates in the places. So wherever democracy provides service in the world, you'll find that great grantees working towards society, rights, freedom, and we don't want programs. We don't tell our institutes what they should do. We support their ideas. We stand by them and their truth. So too often American policymakers false promise that a partnership with their military will provide stability since we serve Americans. As we see time and instability gained in the short term is far outweighed by the damage done over the long run. Corruption deepens, successor, disenfranchisement, radicalization, hurting their interests for generations. By comparison, the dominant investments committed to I'm sure. But these are challenging times to single back. Reading the most fervently our lives. Both countries trade themselves as modernizing to the West, and underneath the shining exterior, the impressive down, and are playing an outsized close role, which often cited freedom labs. According to the Iranian Human Rights Group, Iran has so far this year exceeded an estimated 277 people accused of participating in mass protests, including at least 9 the last 4 weeks, alone, making May the country's bloodiest month of years. Taliban continued their assault on the right to back in education. We see that those who resist the government's repression and violence and policies are often deceived. Tunisia's weakened and eroded democratic gains, arrested political opponents, lawyers, journalists, and captured, dismantled democratic institutions. Egypt is closing public space under the pretext of national security as part of the larger push to eliminate dissent and challenge the threat regime. Turkey wants to promise the model of democracy in the region has experienced over a decade of democratic backsliding, pressure on the media. In the latest election, President Erdogan faced the toughest challenges that a coalition versus opposition groups. One, the degree of opposition reflects an urgent need for democratic reforms, pluralism, including within. So I could go on, no doubt, understand what's going on as well, better than I do. While others have out, the other donors in space, as the work is becoming more difficult, that is doubled down, and we will continue to support the press. So every country tends to think of what's taking place within its borders specifically from history and circumstances. To some degree, that's true, but a huge priority on understanding the context of the opera. But make no mistake, the current threats to democracy across the world are not happening in isolation. They are going to be that's taking place. Robert, Venezuela, Africa, what could be a Belarus. We're connected to a global collaborative, authoritarian, not specialist actors. We're actively working to undermine democracy where it exists and to stop it from taking it where it doesn't. And in recent years, authoritarian regimes of Russia and China and Vanguard are banding together. They're fighting against freedom to new and dangerous levels. While sharpening the repression against their own people at home, they've embarked on a sophisticated effort to corrupt and destabilize democracies everywhere. Their activities and ambitions are truly charged by technology. Their interests can be felt in regions. The Arab development series saw back in full with open arms, and by proxy embraces close allies. Despite Moscow's bloody record of bombing hospitals, targeting civilians, Syria's war. We see China seeing the failure of broader Muslim community to rally in support of the 1 million leaders who are victims of China's Communist Party inside over the past decade. When we find China's smart cities and facial recognition technology differently, enabling regimes to more effectively monitor their own populations. And we know that Iran's weapons for Russia has supported the war in Ukraine, also trying to crush the hosts its own people. As long as democracy persists, authoritarians can never feel entirely secure if they know that it's like their rhetoric, often appropriating democracy rights, if government thinks their people. They fear them. The commitment of democracy to the open exchange of ideas, it renders them particularly vulnerable to an insidious form of influence known as sharp concept introduced by Slaughter and down. Where hard power is force, which encounter soft power was persuasion. Sharp power was authoritarian states undermine democracy by capturing elites, reducing censorship, sowing polarization, and spread disinformation. It's particularly effective when democracy is struggling to take root, or it hasn't yet delivered the benefits or effect. The autocrats compulsively to undermine free societies provides confirmation of the power of the democratic ideas. But there's reason for hope, if you know about. Recently, I published an article about which business in the Arab Spring, arguing that the forces that unleash the uprisings across the Middle East are totally whatever. Quote, on the face of it, there's actors so not only by failing to deliver freedoms, by further entrenchment of rule from years. Yet as long as the conditions that provoke to the original uprisings persist, possibility of war and justice not rule that. For many of the Arab Spring is that's a failure in democracies. Demonstrations of possible Islamic places during the Sudan launching 2019 protested in Iraq and Lebanon. It serves as a reminder of the incident drove revolts a decade ago. It's not that way. You see the argument, while George is not a professor, believes young people over the past decade represents the start of a long process of change. It does simply that I think going to see any stability. I don't think it's stability as long as dictators, military intelligence agencies, some society. So there is no way of knowing enough to defeat the autocrats. But I do know that the desire to still runs repressed resistance. Last week in Milan, this is a surprise to solid this last Victoria's and Christie. Please table prior to having as the Ashton Mars. They held protests against the execution of three protesters and regimes that net partners helping to ensure that their lives have access to information during a crisis, and that the world knows what's happening inside Iran. So these resistance communities continue to campaign peace, standing in networks of democratic solidarity across the country during this time. and then we'll continue to support Sudanese society as it campaigns for civilian democratic. Iran is one of the few countries in the region where there is democratic we remain committed to supporting the efforts of Morocco to further institutionalize and the gains that were granted to the Constitution. Despite the dire human rights situation that's involved in activism, civil society remains resilient, adaptive, persistent to challenge centralized military power. We remain deeply committed to supporting the struggle. Democratization in Iraq is ongoing, unfolding, messy. The Iraqi people show the desire to fight for rights, for freedom, and spirit drives activists, democracy activists, to advocate for better services, more accountability, better management resources. And we have remained consistent for years supporting Iraqis on the democratic journey. So there are other signs of long-term democratic gains that are less visible and obvious, but the situation is still bigger overall. One example is just think back to university history of overall growth society. Compared to what it looked like 2 decades ago. It's a different landscape. The region has also benefited from periods of democratic experimentation. We'll have learned about the design of the Constitution, protecting rights and civilians, managing social and political issues. So even the failures are important to this learning, support for democracy. They provide the foundation to chapter. See all the women who face suppression. Many will say, Christy, but at that helm, a civic and reform and change across the region. Weapons in Afghanistan and in an article just before a board member and guy chair at Albany, she published something she wrote about during the Cold War. Many people just assume the Soviet style governments would last forever because of their willingness to quash the sins before they take hold. Yeah, I heard the theory of totalitarian permanence. The democracy she argued is not a dying cause, but it's poised for a comeback. In part, which is the world's two most dominant for the United States, stronger your best chance of often an alternative will rise. So there's no way to get from breakthrough on her and the future information has to rest in its unexplained people. But we saw her in the fall beyond her during the Harris region, and there's no need for change that does this. And unlike open societies, which have those and shock soldiers fighting this frustration, oppressive societies can seem stable and truth. They're actually quite real and impossible. This year at the University of English, writer who just released 7 years of prison and reflecting the truth liberation struggles and to the present day, describing each struggle as a building block with a future will be at stake. And he wrote, let us let time do its thing. Let us play a role in the next generation, the generations follow. Do not forget us that the overdoers fall short. We have an extensive teach, story to tell. In our hearts, love for our children that overshadows the future of our in our revolution. We have a future that distracts us with ruminating with sad memories, the past, with swimming the seas of bitter tears. More democratic states may be different. Even as the majority of people on most of this prefer to live in risk, pursue it. So it's a lot of practice going on. So democracy must unite, more focused and coordinated counter mobilization against sharp power globally. Just as democracies work together against repression, violence, and guard its freedom, we cannot give up on democracy. That's so it meant we can help our partners outpace and outplan the autocrats on investing in democratic networks, legislative line, thrive, share ideas, best practices across regions with new approaches, fighting disinformation, protecting the integrity of information space, happening sometimes, leveraging technology, democracy, fostering. We position ourselves to take advantage of emerging opportunities by investing in social movements, democratic organization, organizing, and the to elections when they're not. We're going to continue to provide moral and material support to those who are fighting the water mess. So the struggle is not more democratic aspirations not yet into results as time moves. In some cases, seeing sharper repressions. Mother remains persistent. Democratic movements and experiences, even when they fail our trust, they provide the crucial foundation for that next chapter of democratic experimentation, offering ever greater prospect of success in the next opportunity. And I think we owe it to those who are courageous enough to fight for stand within their efforts forge a path forward with liberty. It won't be easy. But we see time and time again that ordinary people doing extraordinary things around the world, that's what's going to write democracy's next chapter. What do you think? Thank you. Very much.
About the building. The manager, man.
Thank you so much, everyone. That was a wonderful speech, David. It's going to be a hard act to follow. I want to say thank you so much, Dalia, CSID, for inviting me. It's an honor and privilege to be here with you. There are several of you in the audience that I haven't seen for many years, so it's really a good opportunity to see everyone again. And I also want to say to NED, it's my honor to be on the board, and thank you for that opportunity. Today's talk is really particularly special because we sort of look at the genesis of CSID and we look at the genesis of the Arab Barometer. Both of them emerged in this post 9/11 world where the issue on the table is the key question of whether there is support for democracy in the Middle East and in the Muslim world. And so CSID took on more of the advocacy arm, if you may. And with my colleague Mark Kessler, we began the Arab Project to basically document public opinion, the mass public opinions of the region, and to put it in front of all consumers, policymakers, practitioners, educators about what Arabs really think. And rather than people sort of assigning attitudes and opinions, especially coming up with these erroneous conclusions about the lack of democratic policy, the lack of support for democracy, the lack of democracy on the Arab street. And we've all been in different sort of renditions of that. The data set that we have compiled speaks sort of capturing sentiments of individuals in the region. So for me, this is a wonderful opportunity to sort of bring both those threads together and talk about the Arab. So first of all, the Arab Barometer is a nonpartisan research network that provides insight into social, political, and economic attributes and values of ordinary citizens across the Arab world. Arab Barometer is the longest standing and largest repository of publicly available data on ordinary citizens in MENA. And our mission is to track attitudes, behavior, build institutional capacity, conducting effective research in the region, and disseminate knowledge about ordinary citizens living in the Middle East and North Africa. I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but important here to know is that we are now working on beginning the 8th wave of the Arab Barometer. We've been conducting these surveys since 2006. We have 7 waves. We've interviewed over 125,000 individual interviews. We've conducted over 87 national representative samples, and we have 7 waves across 7 countries. All of our data is publicly available for free on www.arabbarometer.org. We have an English website and an Arabic website, and we have a data portal for easy, basic sort of like bivariate tool for analysis for data analysis. We have had generous support from that. That's it. Where I went to the board, so there was some interest, and we've been supported by many other entities, and I'm happy to discuss, that's national over samples of approximately 2,400 citizens per country per interview. Everyone who participates in 18 and above. We only typically conduct face-to-face interviews except for the pandemic where we did phone interviews. And we can talk a little bit more about our sampling and our design. And more or less, just to jump into our presentation, as you know, we've seen political openings during the Arab in Tunisia, Egypt, Yemen, and Libya. We've had challenges to the state also in Bahrain and Syria. And in terms of this taking account of where these states stand, we know that the democratic system in Tunisia was first in 2021. Egypt, it was a democracy until 2013. Yemen, we still have an ongoing conflict. Libya, still ongoing conflict. Bahrain was a short-lived conflict. And Syria, we still sort of have an ongoing conflict. We all know that the key slogans associated with the Arab Spring were Sharia, and Sharia, bread, freedom, and human dignity. And now, as we look at some of the headlines from newspapers across the region, what we see is that during this period of sort of democratic consolidation, what we thought would be a period of democratic consolidation, we also know that there was a lot of corruption in the case of Iraq, there was a lot of economic crisis in the case of Tunisia. To echo something David said, you know, stability, democracy, and democratic transition is not necessarily the most stable processes, but there is this commitment that where you're going to end up is going to be better where you start. So when we think about now democracy in the Middle East and North Africa, what we sort of see is that there's global decline of democracy everywhere, also David pointed to, and that this, of course, sort of has spillover effects in the region. And what we are documenting or what we're tracking is that citizens in the region seem to have caught on, at least a good segment of citizens in the region have caught on this idea that there are weaknesses associated with democracy which probably outweigh its benefits. And this is for citizens who are sort of living the everyday life. And I just want to pause and say, like, you know, oftentimes we even as scholars working on this area, conducting analysis, we often forget that democracy that doesn't really emerge overnight. When you see somebody was told me, I read one or the other, when you look at the French Revolution and its first successful parliamentary democracy, that led for somewhat like 35 years. So for us to sort of look at 1 year experiences in Egypt's democracy and call it a failure, or even 10 years of democratic experience and call it failure, I just make sure that we're not being premature so how we sort of label these experiences. But what we do know is that Arab citizens know democracy is not perfect, and they know that they've suffered, quote unquote, during the democratic transition, but they still believe it's the best governing system. So I'm going to sort of unpack that, these sort of kind of different threads about democratic, economic weakness of democracies while simultaneously supporting the democratic outcomes. What does this mean from the perspective of ordinary citizens? So how do many citizens feel about democracy? How have views of democracy changed, especially in the last 10, 15 years? What accounts for the changes? And what can these changes tell us about democracy in minutes today? And what does it mean for the future of democracy in the Middle East and North Africa? So all of you can see this, I hope. So, and I want to call your attention to the right side of the screen. Basically, the question here is under a democratic system, the country's economic performance this week. Do you agree or strongly agree? What do you see across time from 2006 all the way up until the wave 7 brings us to 2022? You'll see that across almost every single country, and here we're looking at Lebanon, Tunisia, and Iraq. Tunisia, we specifically monitor Tunisia because it was sort of what we always look our poster child's democratic success story. And you'll see that the economic frustrations have only been increasing across time in the Middle East and North Africa. When we ask, democratic regimes are indecisive and full of problems, do you agree? Here we see a little bit more variation, but on average, the trend is also upward. And again, in Lebanon. So again, has been this idea of indecisiveness and instability. And when we ask, and when we ask this question and we include other Arab countries, we see actually a little bit more stability in a place in the monarchies, Jordan, Kuwait, Morocco. And then with Algeria, Libya, Palestine, and Sudan, we will also see a little bit more stability. So it's really in the countries that sort of are that somewhat undergo regular electoral, contests, or at least in Tunisia, where we see that this idea of indecisiveness has taken hold and conviction. Again, this needn't be a negative thing, right? But remember, the field of democratic contestation and political sort of mobilization in itself is can be a messy experience. We all know that electoral cycles are not necessarily very smooth to begin with. So there are some unchanging views of democracy. When we ask the question of democratic systems may have problems, yet they are better than any other system. Here is where we see more or less stability. We see some decline in Lebanon. Again, Lebanon has had its own other economic issues, but by and large, we have 70% plus in each of the countries, even the ones that are economically struggling, believing in democracy. When we ask, and similarly, you see this in the monarchies, and you see this in the countries that have had a little bit more instability. So there is great support for democracy despite. And so why is this important? Why is this important for us to show? Because we do believe there are these media campaigns and disinformation campaigns that are basically targeting the region as well, to convince citizens that democracy is not a perfect system, that citizens would be better off without democracy. At least the evidence here shows us that there is still a very strong commitment for democracy. And then we ask the question of democracy is always preferable to any other kind of government, and in the sense saying that, and the percent saying that we continue to their opinions also is remarkably safe. So again, this is evidence that citizens in the region do support this idea of democracy. We see that this is pretty much stable in Jordan and Morocco. Kuwait is from in and out only for the reason that we can't ask all the questions in Kuwait. We can talk about that later. And then similarly, the only country where we see the decline is Libya here. But remember, Libya is under the sets sort of circumstance. So what accounts for the changing views, at least the views related to the economic performance of democracy? Here's where we think that there is some influence in terms of how people are perceiving the stability of democracy for economic growth. There is influence from autocracies like China, Russia, and Saudi Arabia in terms of thinking about countries that are doing quote unquote, or at least we're doing better economically, and who have basically embraced the idea of autocracy, or what we call autocracy centered around the middle class and allowing for middle class development. The government performance in many democracies per se, we have to be critical of how MENA governments have performed in the democratic quote unquote countries, and there's been a political retention of democracy more generally. Okay, so the ascendance of China in the Middle East, and I'm not an alarmist, and I'm not saying that China is on the brink of the Middle East, but what we do see is that China is becoming a little bit more salient. For our purposes, what we're seeing is that people, if we compare 2018, 2019 to the opinions of 2021, 22, what you see is that among the people who believe under a democratic system, the government's economic performance, we see that increasingly across the time, they now, for example, look at Iraq, of the people who believe that under the democratic system, the country's economic performance would be only 52% of those that group wanted stronger relations with China in 2018, 2019. In 2021, 2022, about 77% wanted to, 77% wanted closer ties to China. So it seems that those who believe that democracy is weak on the economy, we're seeing this pivot, if you may, towards China, and that's problematic. Because if you look at the average GDP per capita in a country like China, in 2000, the average per capita in China was $1,000 per household. By 2020, it had reached $12,000. That's a 12-fold increase. So then it sort of reinforces this idea that there can be great economic development and prosperity without necessarily democracy. And to Damon's point, on the democracy side, we know that there is a very strong correlation between democratic development and economic performance. So the China model is a challenge to that correlation. And it's broadcast through what basically subtle messages and circulating campaign as a suitable model that can replace the message of democracy with economic. So, and we see that across the board, almost every single country, there's a desire for stronger ties to China among people who believe that democracy, economic performance. We also see that among people who believe that democratic regimes are indecisive and full of problems, there is again this other pivot towards China. Now it's not as strong as the previous slide, economic performance, but nevertheless, it gives us an idea that there is a contending challenger on democracy in the region. Okay. So now we want to look at views of support for democracy and authoritarianism in the region. And we are looking at this as a function of economic rating. Then in 2018, 2019, we asked people, what is the economic rating in your country? Is it good or very good? And we sort of break down the countries as democracies, non-democracies, and may not be the democracies of both countries. They're not full democracies, treated not forgive us. We know that, but we're looking at relative. So economic rating in democracy, you'll see that the economic rating is quite low in quote unquote the countries that are in election versus countries that have more or less maintained their sort of autocratic grid or have even reversed. So that's 2018, 2019. When we go to creating jobs, that's still 2018, 2019, creating jobs, and the thing that government is doing a good job of quote unquote more democratic countries are doing better for democratic countries. So this is something that we are also paying attention to. That, oftentimes we think about democratic promotion. How do we advocate for democracy? Is democracy an ideological campaign? The truth is, if economic situation is being challenged consistently under experimentation with democracy, it sort of chips away at the societal support. And again, this is one thing that we sort of always talking about over the last decade is that any sort of democratic program in Tunisia should have been or needs to be accompanied by a very aggressive agenda as well. Democracy versus effective democracy. So solving the country's economic issue. Here's what we're getting at. More of these sort of personalistic regimes. As long as the government can solve our country's economic problems, it does not matter what kind of government we have. The percent saying they strongly agree or disagree. So you'll see that on this slide, and this is from the most recent wave 7, we have vast majorities of citizens. So remember, believe in democracy, but when you ask them about economic performance, you'll see that the vast majority of them say, if we can get a government to solve our economic problems, we really don't care what government we have. So Iraq now is close to 80%. Remember, like all our democratizers, Iraq, yeah, and then Lebanon, but the top are Iraq and Tunisia, close to 80% will say that this matters. And then when we break it down between folks who can cover their monthly expenses and those who cannot, we're not seeing much difference. So in other words, it's not just the poor people who are your middle class is frustrated, your affluent class is frustrated as well. And I'm having to come back and sort of talk about this Q&A. And so this question is, as long as the government can maintain order and stability, it does not matter whether it is democratic or democratic. Again, Mauritania, you'll see majority of all citizens who will say that, who will say they agree. And then we sort of break this down again by age group. We also are concerned about one that they see how the youth saw this question versus older generations. And again, we're not seeing the big difference. This is not really driven by an older generation that's more sort of populist, but more sort of social contract oriented than Arabically. The youth tend to sort of would like to see more stability as well. And this country needs a leader who can bend the rules if necessary to get things done. Versus, again, we feel a lot of support for this statement as well. And then we also break it down by those with a secondary education, above secondary education, and below secondary education. The function of education, and we're not seeing. So this is what's puzzling us in the Arab market. Typically, they separate on demographics, on income, on education, on age, but on these questions, we're seeing sort of uniform support. Okay, Tunisia, support for the new region. So we asked about the trust in the president. This is sort of the sort of catch-22. There is support for the new president, at least in our last survey. 55% say they have a lot of trust in the presidency and a lot of trust. So this puts us way above. Yeah.
This is 2021.
Right.
Would be.
This is late 2021.
Late.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is a lot of, but now what's going to be telling is what's going to come out of wave 8. If those loans have fallen. And then trust in the prime minister. At the time, you'll see that there was a voice. Again, there seems to have been public support for the coup. Evaluation of president takes that made decision to suspend parliament. Massive support. Total 90% support, and evaluation of decision to suspend parliamentary members' immunity. Again, we saw that there was massive support. And it seems that there's economic optimism with this new era, at least up until the late 2021. Even the Arab Spring, right? Because about 78% of Tunisians think that the country in the next 2 or 3 years is going to economically better. That falls in each sort of wave of the Arab barometer. By 2018, only a third of the economy would improve. Now we're back to 61%. But again, the economic story. It's not like Tunisia split on democracy. Right? Tunisians became less democratic, but economic growth persisted. And then the trust in government to the public, climate trust in government, and now we see an uptake. Tunisia gives up the economy's effects on the new government. So president of the new government view the economy positively, view the economy negatively. So the people who trust the government a lot, the story here is that they think that the economy will improve, and that was something the democratic systems may not follow, yet they are better than other systems. Here, we don't really think that it's going to take power. So it's really this story here that the supporters of the regime, who trust the regime, think that great things will happen in economy. So making democracy work, how do people define democracy? The truth is still, when we ask citizens in the Arab region about how they define democracy, most people talk about this idea of dignity, and especially economic justice, economic dignity. So we'll ask, so when they sort of characterize primary characteristics of democracy, the top response is jobs for everyone. You know, and it's not that they're advocating for a social system, and it's not that they're advocating for a communist system. What they're advocating for is we have huge spikes of unemployment across the region, especially among the youth population. The job becomes important, and this is the number one priority for Tunisia. 55% of Tunisians say creating jobs. Again, well, our other squirrel story, 51%, Lebanon somewhere there, also 40%. Primary characteristics of democracy, saying government ensures law and order, you'll see in Egypt, that's a top priority, in Algeria, top priority, Morocco. It's not a top priority for Lebanon, Iraq, and Tunisia. Jobs for those primary pursuit of democracy, setting free and fair party. Yemen, that work population support that in every other country, again, not spiritual. These are going to pursuit of democracy, but I think they need to be tied into the economic vision. And then taking freedom of the press, again, it doesn't happen in a lot of countries, but the races for economic. The state of the economy, current situation in the economy, saying that in good or very good. You'll see that in Lebanon, Tunisia, Lebanon, Tunisia, basically the two blanks on the bottom, that's where we'll start. Lebanon has port bombing, and then the natural collapse almost, but they that's where that Tunisia has the struggling. We see more stability in places like Morocco. So when we talk about stability in Morocco, it might, okay, so really quickly, let me just try to, this is, I want to pick one minute that was very important, because we never talk really about food security in North Africa, at least not what this data revealed. We ourselves, the Arab Brotherhood, were absolutely shocked about it. We worried, when we asked this question in wave 7, we worried our food run out, so we got money to buy more. Mauritania, Sudan, we know those are high poverty countries. Libya, the most important, Egypt, right? The idea that it has undergone economic prosperity. That okay, we could not buy more. Lebanon, Morocco, Iraq, Tunisia. The only country that did not report that was Palestine, and this is not to say all the occupation is good or nevertheless, you understand what I'm saying? This is the major part of all the Arab region. And the food that we bought did not last, and we did not have money to get more. Again, almost in about half of the countries, majority of citizens are saying that the majority of citizens are struggling with food security on a monthly basis. And this is when we want to link it to what's going on in Ukraine, Russia, the world economy, supply chain, cost of food. I can go on. Corruption is nothing new. Big takeaway, sorry. Major changes in concern about potential problems related to democracy, but clear majority still think it's the best system of government. Recent changes likely the result of weakness of democratic experiments in MENA and rise of occurring alternative models. Democracy is no longer understood as a panacea. MENA citizens prefer democracy, but primarily want a system that will deliver results. And majority do not understand democracy in procedural terms, but rather economic control. If you look at it again, and we'll have a fresh results, which will be released in May. So thank you very much.
Very much, and then we really are outlining that who has the presentation, but possibly that is. I will take one question each. If it's an urgent question, one to each of our speakers. Just 2 questions, please. So I saw Andrew and Andrew. Which one was?
Predictable.
Daniels.
Very, very excellent, rousing, speech, very, very inspiring, defense of democracy, Dan, Tunisia, China. I was wondering if you could maybe speak a little bit about the constraints that prevent you from mentioning this group Palestine, which is not only increasingly authoritarian, even its own or population getting Palestinians, getting occupation, but along with the UAE, along with other countries, the primary exporter of technological advancement, the anti-democratic mechanism. Obviously, fits right in what you're saying about we're on the side of the Democrats, not the Democrats. We know why prevent you from using that.
repeat the question?
Support for CIS and high society. Is still big now that people are suffering with food shortages and worsening economic situation.
Thanks for that question. Sort of full. One, we have a very significant house standard, so people are. One of the things we'll be proud of, we are seen by the society, also at that time. In some sense, I didn't mention it, it is very much that we don't operate where it's a established democracy. America, we're in about 100 countries around the world without this. Now we're concerned about that absolutely. In fact, I think Texas now, with down our national media systems, probably the first artists who've been working on the world that published a big report on the challenge as to many of our partners directly. So you're right, I didn't mention, we talk about democracy across the world. We've got strong programs in Palestine. It's difficult, but important to be there. We don't have a program in Israel, but we're concerned about it. It's kind of challenge our partners.
So I think what happens would be the leaders mobilize this thing, you know, we spend that months for them under their create these great opportunities, and then when they fail, then they have to start to convert things tactics to keep their from society. So you know, in a way, it helps right. The percentage of people we know who are negative economy is rising, and so it's really bad for equilibrium. And this will probably be the future of Tunisia, unfortunately.
Really sorry that I got this short. I know there are lots of questions, but we're already half an hour behind schedule and we have 2 more panels and for closing remarks. So I'm sorry that I've got the subject short. We hope we will have more subjects in next panels. So please join me. Please go back to the other speaking at the end. It's like this. Good to see you. How are you?